I forgot to unmute myself. I'm very smart. Just to recap on what I said during the intro, it's the new year. Happy New Year. Akemashite omedetou. Buon Capodanno, I think. We figured out who the Yatagarasu was last week. I figured out that my audio capture had balked once again last week, so you only got my voice, which is fine if you go back and actually watch it. Anyway, yeah, here we are. We'll need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. But before we do, I would like to go through my evidence once more. Unnecessary evidence has been removed, remaining evidence has been rearranged. And yeah, speaking of rearranging, I finally figured out how to keybind emotions in puppet string. I finally figured out, after thinking I'd fucked it up. Hey! There's a VCR here, sir! That's been there the whole time, Gumshoe. Did you only just notice? Now we can see what's on that tape Detective Baird gave us. This piece of evidence from the KG8 incident, hidden from sight for 10 long years. I just know that this is related to the current case, somehow. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please play the tape for us. Sure thing, sir. It's Kochin. This man, it's Manny Kochin.
And he's holding a knife in his hand.
This looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building. It looks like a Santoku knife. An apartment building? How do you figure that? Unlike you, I actually read the summary file on the KG8 incident. And the crime scene was the victim's own apartment. So this footage was shot at the entrance to the victim's own apartment building? At the trial, Mr. Faraday claimed that this piece of footage existed. However, no one could find it. Yes. Somehow, someone was able to steal it and hide it through Mr. Ernest Amano. I can see how this would have been a definitive piece, and why someone would want to hide it. But it's a piece of evidence from a 10-year-old case. There's no way it's related to this case we're working on now, sir. Actually, I believe it has everything to do with the case we're working on now. The ringleader even went so far as to use Mr. Portsman to retrieve it. Which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage for the ringleader. But where? Wait, what was that? Huh? That bit you played just then. Please show it to me again.
Car!
This car. This is something we cannot overlook. Why is that, sir? Look here, Detective Gumshoe. The flag.
Take that!
This is the national flag of the Principality of Codopia. And because it has the national flag on it, we know this has to be an official government car. But the question we should be asking ourselves is, what was a government car doing there? Ah! Ah, old man. I need to remember what my voice was for him.
Miss Von Karma and Mr. Edgeworth. So you were here all this time.
Slug. Slug. Ambassador Alba.
Thank you very much for continuing the investigation. Even at this time of night. Oh, if only I was even a tiny bit more careful.
Sorry, just adjusting my camera.
This tragedy would never have happened. I am truly sorry.
This wasn't your fault, sir. This had nothing to do with how careful you were.
You idiot, Quarkus! Couldn't chase after a simple thief!
At your pace? That'd be miraculous.
Now then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you.
You know what I just realized? I forgot to announce my liveness on Blue Sky. 1 second. Turnabout Ablaze, I almost typed. Alright, that should do it. I had forgotten I kept Firefox open for a reason.
I would like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that?
Excuse me?
I heard you apprehended the thief that turned this embassy upside down. And we are in the middle of an event celebrating our country's reconciliation. We can't exactly have the police and the detectives walking around here forever. You're scaring the visitors away. So I hope that you can understand how I feel.
But we must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues. Sir, you're working overtime. Go home.
Why don't we leave the rest to the Alabaston and Babalis, please?
Ambassador, we are so close. Just a little more and...
Miss Von Karma, I'm afraid I've made up my mind. And without my permission, you can't proceed with your investigation anyway, right?
That's true, however...
he said at the very beginning. This area can be considered to be Alabastian soil. In which case, we are nothing but foreigners in their land. Is this really where our investigation ends? Oh, hold it. Shifu! We found Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Shifu, this way! Thanks, I can see him. Yo! Why did he put his sunglasses on? It's midnight! Agent Lang, you're back on the scene rather quickly. If I laid back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sir, you need a transfusion. I'm pretty sure that bullet last week hit a major artery. Or a vein. I can never remember which is the difference.
Agent Lang? Why have you returned?
Because I have to solve this case no matter what.
Well, I'm sorry to inform you. And don't take this the wrong way. I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief, and so... Under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They are quite capable.
This just makes me think of the SpongeBob screenshot. Just the boy as he lowers his hands. At this rate, our investigation really will come to a close. Ambassador Alba, I get it now. I really do.
Oh? I'm very glad you understand how I feel.
No, not that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder. Really? You! No? The... killer?
Do you really mean that, Agent Lang?
Wolves don't lie. This is true. They don't have the developed brain... I don't know where I was going with that. They don't have the developed brain for that. For deception? I don't know.
Then who is it?
Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Cochin's murder. You're not? That was all Sheena. Langtse says, the truth lies not at the exit, but rather shines outside the maze itself. Yeah? The truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think was Damask 2's killer? I'll tell you who. It was you, Franziska von Karma! What? I was the killer? Question mark. Hey, wait! But
But that's impossible!
Yeah! Yeah! Although that whip is actually quite... Yo! Hold your tongue and that ludicrous remark you were about to make. Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing her of murder? Her, Franziska. Yeah, I am. Doesn't appear to be joking. Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right?
Yes, he did. But what does that have to do with anything?
I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Alabast and Babal, did you not? Objection!
And where is your evidence that I am the killer?
I was just getting to that. Trust me, I'll show them to you in due time. Excuse me. Ambassador Alba, in order for me to bring this case to a close, I'll need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me permission? With things as they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I? Good. Then let's move out. Oh, and don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You could bet your bottom dollar on that.
As if I would have any reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound. Because I'll accept nothing short of a perfect explanation.
She seems rather upset. Not that I blame her. I expected that you'd accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that.
Hold it!
Agent Lang, as someone related to tonight's case, I request that you allow me to take part. And so that I may clean up my superior's mess. I guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's the peanut gallery.
Oh? In that case, I want to join in too. I still haven't seen what it looks like in Alabast yet.
If you let Kay in, then you gotta let me in too, pal. I can't sit around and do nothing when Miss Von Calm is in trouble.
Hey, Gummy. Let's have a competition to see who can save her first, okay?
Okay, I'll take you up on that. Oh yeah, I'm fired up and raring to go. As a detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited about. Over. Sounds like this is gonna get real interesting. Ambassador Alba, I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride. Very well. But I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance. Hmm? Excuse me. Huh. I'll have this whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Now let's go.
Here we are, back at the Alabastian Embassy Ambassador's office.
Okay, now, let's first go over the facts one more time. Manny Cochin's body was found over in the Secretariat's office in Babal. The weapon that took his life was one of Alabast's ornamental knives. And then, the body of Damask 2, Mr. Kashi no, was found here in the Alabashan ambassador's office. Through our investigation, we found that the murder weapon was this Primaduck statue. And that this is actually Babal's statue. This case, no matter how I look at it, sis, if it wasn't you, then there's no one else who could have pulled this off.
Objection!
Agent Lang, do you understand the full implications of what you are saying?
Of course I do, sis, and I'm serious. You were on the trail of the smuggling ring, and you wanted any evidence you could find. And so, while people were distracted by the Yatagarasu's appearance, you snuck in here. That's when you two ran into each other. I hiccuped again. You and that other thief who took advantage of the confusion from the fire.
Objection!
Even if all that were true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons?
Don't worry. I plan to show that you're the culprit behind that, too. You had permission to investigate both embassies at will. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken the weapons across country lines. Hey, now! Ooh! Sir! Sir! My goodness. Look, sis. I thought I already told you. I'm not messing around here. Ah! This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring. But Sheena certainly is tied to the smuggling ring. He is right in saying that she is a member of the smuggling ring.
Hey, how many more times do we think we could say smuggling ring?
However, the connection between this case and the ring, could it not be deeper than what many of us could imagine?
Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already.
Franziska, you need to calm down. Because Oh, hold on. Oops, my brain conked out for a second. Because you only know the facts of the Alabashan side of the case. Right, okay. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole, and therefore solve it.
What?
But don't worry. I'm taking this seriously as well, and I will prove your innocence. That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. But can you come up with anything else that can top my hypothesis? Of course, your explanation has to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well. Of course, and I will. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of Damask 2.
You do understand, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? This isn't just a confrontation against Agent Lang. If you can't figure out how the murder of Damask 2 is related to the smuggling ring, then it will mean the end of our investigation.
As long as I have no good counter-argument to his hypothesis, then the best I can do is walk this thin tightrope and see what I can do. Come on, Mr. Prosecutor, let's get started. Yes, let's.
my goodness. Ah. One of Alabast's knives was used in Babal to murder Mr. Cochin. And the murder weapon in the killing of Damask II was Babal's Primaduct statue. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. So as long as I can't explain how the weapons moved about, Franziska will remain a suspect. You got it, Mr. Prosecutor. So why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck can carry a weapon across country lines? I've worked through every possibility, but there's only one that's plausible. Your boss. Sorry. It's that evening sleepies. Agent Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself. What are you talking about? By focusing too intently on that which is in front of us, we become blind to the truth. Don't tell me Lang Tze never said anything to that effect. You prosecutor! Who do you think you are, speaking about Lang Tze's proverbs like that? saying prosecutor like it's some sort of... Anyway. I don't need his proverbs. Because my words are all that you will need to see the truth.
One of Alabast's knives was used in Babal to murder Mr. Cochin.
Hold it!
Let's press for a bit.
I concur that this knife crossed over country lines. Good, but that's not the only thing that did. We mustn't forget about the other weapon. The knife was only one. Oh, okay. I reckon if I press this, it'll give me a nothing as well. So you're saying that the Primaduct statue was also brought over by Franziska? Like I told you before, that's the only way it makes sense.
Hold it!
And how exactly did she bring it over? I haven't figured that out yet. It's a rather weak statement, considering how sure you are. Maybe, but there is one thing I do know for sure.
Hold it!
Impenetrable. I should hardly think so.
Knock him back!
You've seen the top of the wall between the two countries, right? Who in the world could cross over that?
Yeah. Not even I could climb over that thing with all that barbed wire.
The only way into either embassy is through the doors in the Theatrum Neutralis. So the only way for the knife and the Primaduct statue to traverse the two countries is through those security camera-equipped, well-guarded doors. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you.
Hold on.
Hold it!
That wasn't the button I wanted to pick. Was Franziska really the only person to have traveled between the two countries? According to the guards at both doors, she is the only one to go back and forth.
Consists there was an alabaster when the Yadagarsu showed. And then, just before you guys found Mr. Cochin's body, she entered Babal. I think we can assume that's when she brought the knife into Babal.
Objection!
Then how do you explain the Primaduck statue? I haven't quite figured that out yet. However, the fact that the two weapons crossed the border proves that the killer must have also traveled across the country lines. Sorry, I was just checking something. The only things to cross the border are the Primaduck statue and the knife. I should hardly think that those are the only two items, Agent Lang.
Hold it!
Ah! Didn't mean to do that. Skip, 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 skip.
Objection!
Alright, once more with feeling. Thinking. Thinking. Early things to cross the border. Wait. Oh. Elabast's Primaduck statue.
Objection!
Ah. I got it.
Agent Lang, those two items are not the only ones to cross the border tonight. Oh? Damask too was killed with Babal's Primaduck statue, yes. But if that's the case, then tell me, where did Alabast's Primaduck statue go? To Babal! Precisely. And if the two statues really were switched, then that means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point. Which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies.
What do you mean, total?
I guess so. But you know what? It doesn't matter the number of items.
Ah! That was my hip joint.
Doesn't matter the number of items, only that the sis is the only one who could have done it. Because the only person who went back and forth between Alabasta and Babal is her. Is that the case? Is that really true? Was there no one else who traveled between the two countries?
Sure there was. In fact, I'd say there was at least 3.
Actually, there was definitely another person. One who paid a visit to both sides of the wall.
Objection!
Is that really so, Agent Lang? What a lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. I checked out what the guards said, along with the security camera footage. Oops. You're not gonna overturn my hypothesis that easily.
Sorry.
Moving the box that my microphone is sitting upon currently.
Objection!
But suppose there was some other way, other than through the theater doors. What other way? The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed. If I pointed out, it would open up a whole new possibility. And though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as this entity exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility. Looks like you've got some clever idea in mind. I do, and I can show it to you through a single piece of evidence. Fine then. Let's see this piece of evidence that'll show me this other route. This piece of evidence will show us another way to move between the two countries. Not the revolving fireplace.
Take that!
Nope, that was wrong. What about it? You're gonna have to explain. Wolves are known for their... How could you not see it? Wolves are known for their keen eyesight. Sorry, but the only thing I see is the crud you're hoping will stick to the wall. Nope.
Wait. Not this.
Take that!
No, okay. I'm thinking too hard, possibly.
How did the... Am I thinking too hard?
Nope, that's not it.
Take that!
Nope, that's not it. genuinely don't know what I'm looking for. All I'm thinking about is the... Because we found Larry inside the pool.
Take that!
Is it this?
Take that!
Oh, you're kidding! Agent Lang, I'm sure you're familiar with this unforgettable photo. That supernatural photo. Like I said before. Humans can't fly. No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well. And don't start claiming that Sheena somehow grew wings either. What, like this? I wouldn't dream of claiming that. I won't allow you to take back what you've said either. I'll say it again. It's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. So you better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor. But how can I prove who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Wait. Not humanly possible. Eureka! Very well. You will have your explanation. Huh. Sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside that head of yours. Let's hear it. The face hidden within this photo's blurry trailed shadow is... If it's not a human... Could it... But... Not human...
Take that!
This is the face behind the shadow.
Knuckle back!
I thought I said you better have a good explanation. I can't make heads nor tails of what you're trying to say with that. Ah! Was I wrong? Yes. It's not, is it?
Take that!
No.
Knuckle back!
What am I looking for? What am I looking at? Like... Oh. Well, that's not pertinent. Eh. Eh. I don't know what I'm... I don't know what I'm looking for. I don't know what I'm supposed to... I don't know. I don't know. What am I doing? I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking for. Where'd you be? I'm very worried. Help!
What am I missing? Face behind the thingy. Wait. Hold on. I feel really bad. I don't know what they're asking me for. Oh.
Take that!
I pressed one. I tried one. I didn't try the other.
Naturally, the shadow is the third smuggled object, the Pram Duck statue replica. You can't be serious. The Atagarasu, or rather, Sheena. Listo you dressed as Agent Sheena was inside Babal. She dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air.
Not the best!
Mr. Prosecutor! You left out a very crucial bit in your explanation.
Oh, did I?
I know I did. She launched it through the air. And how exactly did she do that? Yeah, he's literally burying his fangs at me. But he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier? Just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office. So just before the murder, Franziska was called here, right into this very room. If that's the case, then that may be another avenue I can pursue. Agent Lang, in order for me to answer that question, I will need to hear testimony from Miss Von Karma. Oh? What are you up to now, pretty boy? Sure. Earlier, you mentioned something of interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Miss Von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Alba had called for her. And for that reason alone, you believe her to be the killer. Yeah, I guess I did say something like that. In that case, I believe it's my duty to ask her what her side of the story is. Do you really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth?
If it would help them out, sure. How dare you! As I've said numerous times, there is absolutely no proof that I am the killer. Myers Edgeworth, do not tell me you suspect me too.
I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time. Which is why I would like to hear about it from you. Franziska, I feel that I still don't have enough information. Which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case.
All right. So, what would you like me to talk about?
I'd like you to please testify to your movements up until you came into this room.
Alright, let's try this your way for a change. But if what she has to say turns out to be a waste of time... I'll place... Excuse me. I'll place her under arrest faster than you can howl. No! As you wish. Movements in Alabast. As I said earlier, I died. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastan embassy. After I saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After all the preparations were in place... Excuse me. I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office. Franziska, I want us to make this clear from the very beginning. So, what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred. Is that correct? Yes, of course. I see. For now, the only way that I can see for us to break out of this situation is to ask Franziska about her testimony in more detail. I just realized that grandfather clock to the side must be broken. Because it says 7:10. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the embassy.
Hold it!
I thought your duty was to fact-find anything you could about the smuggling ring. Yes, that was my job. But upon hearing that the Yatagarasu had sent a calling card to the embassy, Ambassador Alba called upon us to protect the embassy instead. That incident 7 years ago. Or have you forgotten what happened here back then? Oh my god. Anything related to that case we were involved in appears to be rather painful for her. It's not exactly one I can readily forget myself. It looks like you remember the case after all. Of course I do. I inspected every location, every possible escape route, and every aspect of the police's security detail. I did all that and then after. You saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the office. So you were at the theatre as well? Yes. And I suppose you were also there as well, watching the stage show? Well, yes. So Franziska was there. Well, after the show was over and I saw the Steel Samurai off, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit.
Hold it!
Why did you need to confirm the degree of preparation for even the speech? For security's sake, of course. Goodness. What other reason could I have had? No one knew just how the Yatagarasu had planned on getting in, right? Yes, I suppose you're right. And in the end, the Yatagarasu did choose to appear in the Rose Garden. Even if it did turn out to be nothing more than a shadow. Who would have thought that she would use a shadow? Ah! Calm down, Franziska. She must still be nursing a grudge over the fact that she couldn't figure it out herself. Anyway, there was no one in the Rose Garden. And we were aware that the speech was set to start soon thereafter. You were called back. Oops. that time, Damask 2's body had yet to be found in this room. Is that correct? That's right. But Ambassador Alba was here. One could hardly miss his rather large presence. A criminal will say anything to get out of getting arrested. How do we know you're not lying? Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you. Seriously? As I keep telling you, when I arrived at this office, Ambassador Alba was already here. Excuse me. He was standing by the flower box on the windowsill, watering his plants.
I can attest to that. I remember speaking with the lovely lady around that time here in the office.
Alright then. Add that statement to your testimony and let's hear some details. So Ambassador Alba was in this room at the time, was he? Was he?
Hold it!
For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How did you know that Ambassador Alba was watering his plants at the windowsill? What do you mean by that? The entrance to this room is on this side. However, the window is on the opposite. If what you say is true, then when you entered the room, his body would have been like a wall. He would have been blocking your view of what he was doing. Isn't that not correct?
What?
Edgeworth, please don't be using double negatives on me right now. I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him. Fortunately for me, Ambassador Alba is not an immovable wall.
What?
I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me, with a watering can in his hand. So it's only natural to believe that he was watering his plants, right? I suppose. After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He had obtained them himself, and he is growing them with the utmost care, you know?
Yes. The plants in this room, they're all like my children.
The passion flowers in the flower box on the windowsill are growing beautifully too. All 4 of them are in full bloom.
4? Just one comma. What did you just say? What did you say just now?
I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that statement do you not understand?
What do I not understand? I don't understand why a certain thing is the way it is. I'd like for you to append that statement to your testimony.
Very well. There were 4 large passion flowers in full bloom in the flower box.
Was there? I thinketh not.
Objection!
Franziska, for some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence.
It does appear that way.
Heh, I knew it. I knew we couldn't trust your words, sis.
Mr. Edgeworth? What are you doing discrediting Miss Von Karma like this?
Yes, sir. If you keep this up, she's gonna get taken away, sir.
All I've done is state what I saw. I have not made a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I am still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important at this juncture, Miles? At the very least, it is a contradiction in this enigmatic case. One that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant. Huh. Then let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove? I believe the answer to that will become clear if we were to examine that flower box. How did this contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy.
They're my beloved flowers. I've grown them with the utmost care. So I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth.
I understand. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Yes. It appears that 2 of them have been taken. This patch of soil looks as though it's had something removed from it.
Huh. What are you doing, Mr. Prosecutor?
Why'd you clam up all of a sudden?
I'm thinking.
You could try that yourself, Agent Lang. I'm still here waiting for an explanation, you know. Did you know, Agent Lang, flowers are best appreciated in silence? Tch. Looks like 2 things were pulled out of this flower box. The name of these flowers, I believe they are passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they're actually a species of vine. Vines have flowers, Edgeworth! They're all angiosperm, I believe. Flowers grow on vines, dingus! They appear to be growing well, and they're well supported by these plant supports. Seriously. I've taken 6 months of open space gardening. And I know more about plants than you do, Edgeworth. Or at least, I know a little better about plants than the writers of this game. Yeah, but no matter how I look at it, it looks like there are only 2 here to me. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you. Ah! Miles Edgeworth! Hurry up and shut this man up for me already. I suppose I will need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I? Do I have evidence? I do! Yo! I got it! I believe I have just the piece of evidence you require. Oh? You do you? You have such confidence in the face of your current plight. But I highly doubt that'll last until the end. You howl like a wolf, Agent Lang. But we'll see if you have any bites to back up that bark after you see the evidence. The truth the passion flowers reveal can be seen in this. The alleged hair sticks. The design of these things is rather eccentric for hair sticks.
Oh, really? Well, if they're that strange, what should I do with them?
They're the most bizarre hair sticks I've ever seen. In any case, there's something I've been meaning to ask. How exactly do you stick that hair stick of yours into your hair like that?
That's a secret.
Curiouser and curiouser. Said Alice, looking through the glass. Or something. I just know that's an Alice in Wonderland quote.
Hey, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. There's dirt on here. It's totally ruining the beauty of the hair stick.
I suppose. Why is there dirt stuck on the end of a hair stick in the first place?
Could it be that they are in fact not hair sticks at all?
Sheena, who was supposedly in Babal the entire time, had these hair sticks on her that look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair sticks are in actuality support sticks for the passion flowers. Huh, and so what? Is this really all that important to the case? Of course it is. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight.
Ah-ya!
Think about it logically, Agent Lang. These sticks were originally in Alabast. But somehow they wound up in Sheena's hands, and she was in Babal the whole night. So make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife and the statue.
Ah!
Very well then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in Babal. How did these support sticks find their way to Babal? And why? There must be some reason as to how they ended up there. Aha! So that's why.
What?
Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this and tell me its shape. It's just another stick, isn't it? And so it is. But it's the shape of the support sticks is what's important. For when they're used with something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus. And the object that completes the picture when used with the support sticks is...
It's the crossbow!
Eureka!
They're not even support sticks!
That's a crossbow. Wait, you're not really suggesting... I am. These hair sticks, or rather plant support sticks, they make for perfect arrows. Well, crossbow bolts, really.
Yow! Yow!
I've done it. I've found the common thread that connects the two offices. I've connected the dots. But this thread has yet to be completely untangled. Even using the arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Furthermore, who could it have been who fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all of these things together.
Knuckle back!
Mr. Prosecutor, hold up a second. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all! Just like a human.
Border Crossing Part 2. Give me a minute, I'm gonna be back.
I just want to do something.
I wanna get myself a snack. Hopefully I find something soft and chewy, so I don't make too much noise.
Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Well, the softest snack I could find was either... That was Discord, that is not the game. Either pods or leftover candy canes from Christmas. So, candy canes it is. Border Crossing Part 2. So, Babal's statue was draped in the Yatagarasu's clothes and then shot over there? Over here, rather? Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with a statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the Primaduck statue didn't... Statues, plural, didn't sprout wings. You're a realist, after all, aren't you? This is true. The Primaduck statues didn't sprout wings? Of course they didn't. Glad you understand. I feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of that crucial fact. It's only crucial because you're under the belief that wings are necessary to this equation. What? You need to free your mind a bit more and let it fly like a bird on the wind. Yeah. The Primaduck statues flew, but not on a wing. Allow me a bit of your time and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you.
Hold it!
That incredible scene just happens to have been caught on film, resulting in this photo. And what an incredible scene it was. This photo was taken by a freelance photojournalist, right? Yes, whose name we dare not speak. Yes, so I hear. And not every photojournalist is known to be honest, right? Especially that one. Especially not the ones that sell photos of spirits and giant creatures to tabloids. Yes, I know what you mean. I've seen those sorts of photos many a time in court. But there have been times when those photos have turned out to be telling the truth. If you'd ever stood in a court of law, you would know that it's entirely plausible. Huh! You really believe the stuff you're spewing right now? A courtroom certainly is a strange place, if what you say is true. Oh, you should see the ones in the land of Kurain. They're whack. But there really is something odd about that photo, no matter how you look at it.
Hold it!
But we are in agreement that an arrow by itself would reach the other side, correct? But just the arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Because the things they wanted to smuggle were a lot bigger than nothing. No, that's not necessarily true. What? What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusions. It is the launching of my conclusions. Like the bolts on the crossbow. What the shooter wanted to launch with the crossbow was not the statues themselves, but rather something a crossbow can launch that can be used to move the statues. I got it.
Objection!
Wire. Finally, we have reached this point in our discussion. For I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow. I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you're trying to say.
Do you?
You're saying that the wire was tied to an arrow and then shot into Mr. Cochin's office. All the way from the 5th floor of the Alabastion Embassy. Down to the 3rd floor of the Babali's Embassy. If what you're claiming is really what happened, I can see how Alabast's Primaduck statue could be moved. Gravity could be used to move the statue down the wire from the 5th to the 3rd floor. But then what about Babal's Primaduck statue? The dark shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Babal. True. Going in the opposite way of gravity from the 3rd floor of the Babali's Embassy up to the 5th floor of the Alabastion Embassy. How do you explain that? I think I finally see how the gears behind this whole trick work. Agent Lang, the motion used behind this trick. I wonder if perhaps you have yet to envision how it works in your head. Motion? What motion? Oh, wait. Is he saying... What is he saying? This is the motion that was employed to smuggle Babal's Primaduck's statue? Swinging... Bungee... Rotary. I believe it was done via rotary motion. That's right. If the two statues were transported simultaneously...
Knuckle back!
Simultaneously? Get real. The statues would collide somewhere along the way.
Objection!
Did I ever say there was only one line of wire between the two offices? If you shot an arrow with the two ends of a wire tied to it, a circular belt can be formed.
Knuckle back!
Langtis says, don't object and call a success what is beyond reasonability.
What part of it's beyond reason?
Taking into account the tension difference between the two wires, the top one would sag too much to the point where the statues would collide anyway.
Objection!
God damn it. Agent Lang? As you know, the Primaduck statue is a one-of-a-kind national treasure. And the fact that Babal's statue is a hollow replica of the real statue, it would naturally be lighter than the real one, meaning that my idea is very possible.
It is in fact not beyond belief, fact or fiction.
Langtis says...
How was that?
Here's what I believe happened. Miss Yu and her mystery co-conspirator set themselves up in the two different rooms. The co-conspirator bridged the rooms by shooting the two ends of the wire down on one arrow. Then the two of them covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statues. After the switch was completed, another arrow was fired, carrying the other end of the wire down to Babal, where it was to be disposed of.
Excuse me.
And to do that, Miss Yu hid it inside the grandfather clock. QED.
What does that mean again?
Hold on. Google! Not Google. Hey, dictionary.
It is a Latin phrase. Quod erat demonstrandum, meaning, some fact or a fact or scenario that proves the argument or proposition. Alternatively, it can also be short for quantum electrodynamics, but I don't think that's what they're going for here. This proves it, right, Agent Lang? That I'm not the killer?
Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert yet.
Get your own! These candy canes are mine!
Right, Mr. Prosecutor. The proof is in the pudding, as it were.
Now I want pudding!
I should have gone shopping today. Oh well, it's fine. Pudding is a nice dessert. We had it on New Year's. We did have a nice chocolate pudding that my friend baked. So, you think you can do it? Can you prove that what you said is what happened? Because remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir. I agree that as long as there's no proof, my hypothesis remains just that. However, what I have laid out is no mere hypothesis, for there is one more piece of evidence. One more. This should be interesting. You think you have a piece of evidence that'll turn your hypothesis into a fact? Well then, let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor. The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt out of a length of wire. I believe that it's right here in this very room. Ah! I believe this is what made the circular belt transportation method possible.
The fans!
I don't know if you remember this, but the one on the other side is broken.
Take that!
Fully broken off the ceiling. Looks like you dropped another bomb on us again.
Nuh-uh.
The last piece to the trick
are two pulleys.
Precisely. The ceiling fans doubled as pulleys in this case. And thanks to the fact that there was one installed in each of the offices, the ceiling fans made for the perfect pulley set for the wire to run on. This must be it. This is how the smugglers bypass the impenetrable security. You really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. I bet you figured it all out already, haven't you? You know who the big hotshot that set up this real-life stage show is, don't you? The person who set up this rather large and complex stage show needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of a ceiling fan in both the Alabaster and Bobali's offices, and that the passion flower support stakes could be used as arrows. The real mastermind behind this case. Well, don't you dare make this wolf wait for his food.
Why are you so hesitant, Miles Edgeworth? If you cannot say who it is, why don't you present something like you always do?
Are you poking at the fact that they didn't make profile presenting a mechanic in this game? A single point of the finger here in this case will explode into an international incident. However, it is already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. Oh, dang. Exxon the Warlock. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it.
It appears that I have no choice now but to rush in. There's one. There's a piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is.
Ah, crud. I know who it is. Wait. Yes! Could it be? I gotta think. Okay.
Take that!
This smuggling ring could not have been possible without the use of this crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They were planted so long ago that the passion flowers had the time to grow so big that Miss Von Karma didn't even notice the arrows when she visited this room today.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Exxon the Warlock just followed you. Me? Followed me? Wow, that's amazing. Thank you. I appreciate it. I hope you'll enjoy my stream.
On top of all this, the fact that the culprit knew that both officers had ceiling fans tells us that the person has very detailed information on the embassy's layout.
And lag. What do you mean lag?
It's the person who grew the flowers in the flower box with the utmost care. Thus it can only be you, Quercus Alba. Quercus Alba?
Ah! Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth?
I'm certain of what I'm saying, and I am sure that he is the culprit. Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor. What was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all that stuff you just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that? I understand your need to doubt me. However, there is one thing that stands out to me as very odd. Just one thing, huh? The one single end result Ambassador Alba sought to obtain. If we were to examine the focus of this complex trick, I believe we'll finally find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence.
No. Not that one. No? Yes? No? Wait. What? No? Yeah? No? What?
Not that one. This one?
Take that!
Oh, there you go. I would fully understand the reasoning had the situation been the reverse. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real Primaduck statue for the fake...
Hey! You greetings! Thank you! Again, thank you! For the follow.
I sense a very shady reason for such a bizarre action. And who better to ask for that reason than King Primadux himself? I see. Ambassador, we'll be examining that statue now, with or without your permission.
Alright, what are we looking at? Well, there's the handprint. Head? Yes, head? This guy kinda looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Maybe it's because they look alike that he was picked to be the Goodwill Ambassador.
I suppose that's possible. Take a look at this area around the base of his neck. Looks to be a gap. Ooh.
Hey, you're right! Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret.
Perhaps it's possible to open the statue from this gap in its construction.
What? Hurry up and open it, Miles!
Alright, here goes!
Whoa! Wow! It really did open up! A printing negative. Hey, what's this thing that fell out?
I believe a more thorough examination of it is required.
Yes. Look at that.
What in the... is this? Hey! Is this what I think it is?
It's a plate! For making counterfeit bills!
Somehow it appears that we've at long last arrived at the exit to this complex labyrinth.
Oh, I don't think so, Edgeworth. I remember how this goes.
Vaguely. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates. And the reason why the replica was smuggled into Alabas to begin with.
Printing plate. Fake.
The Primaduck statue can only be handled by an ambassador, or the Secretariat.
By the way,
I found out the difference between a secretary and a secretariat. A secretariat is a whole group of secretaries. And the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances make the statue the ideal object in which to hide contraband. After receiving the statue containing the counterfeit plate from Sheena, the ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into Damask too.
or did he?
Or was it an accident? Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised this replica statue at Damask too, and... then, in order to frame the steel samurai of the murder, he covered the samurai sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alba? You're the leader of the smuggling ring? My country is a mess. And it's all because of you.
You're the one who killed the mask too.
Answer us.
I never thought that you would figure things out to this level. However, there is one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Cochin.
quit screwing around. I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the guilt on to a dead man. If there's one thing I am sure of, it's that you're the real you're the real ringleader. Quercus Alba. No, not Rondelight. Damask the Second. A copycat. Don't worry, the original Mask Damask is well and truly alive still. Don't worry.
It's not good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, Agent Lang.
Subjectivity? My conclusion's anything but. And it's the result of logic and investigation.
Logic? Investigation? Only seconds ago you were ready to arrest Miss Von Karma.
Was he?
I don't think we can give such flippy-floppy logic any real weight, do you? Huh?
It looks like you still don't get why I came back.
Excuse me?
You see, the reason I came back... so that I could sink my fangs into your wrinkly old neck.
Why?
From the very beginning, my real target's been you!
Ooh.
What?
Agent Lang, I demand an explanation.
Sorry, sis. I didn't mean to put you through all that. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning.
You did.
I knew that this whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for. So naturally, the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba, seemed the most suspicious. But without the ambassador's permission, we couldn't get in and take another look around. Ah, so that's why you put on this big show to accuse Franziska of the murder.
Yes.
Using Franziska as bait, you were able to gain us entry and investigative rights. Yeah, if I hadn't done that, I doubt the ambassador would have given the okay to poke around.
He did try to get us all to go home. So, that's what all this was about. Very well, I will forgive you. But in exchange for using me as bait, you will take some responsibility and help us find the truth.
Agent Lang, for giving me such a great opening, I thank you. You know, I just knew, Mr. Prosecutor. But somehow, if we were able to find some proof by investigating this room, that you would be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic.
Ah yes, his special brand of logic. Basic thinking through. Basic critical thought.
I mean, I say that. Heh. The evidence detectives collect, combined with the logic of a prosecutor. That's just as it should be in a prosecutor-detective team, right? I don't know about all that. Well, I mean, Lang is not a detective. I'm pretty sure. But one thing I do know is that I'm itching to see that old man get what's coming to him.
You're quite scary when you want to be, aren't you?
Hey, you were the one who You were the one who was planning to use me to push all the guilt onto the sis. But unfortunately for you, you misjudged me.
Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what's necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring.
Objection!
Don't be such a sore loser. If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity. Bold of you to assume he has any sense of dignity.
Dignity? That is nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I would like to first see some of this thing you call evidence. I tell you, I knew nothing, really. I didn't even know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside that statue.
Objection!
Bullshit!
You swapped a real statue that vested in your country the authority to rule for a fake. It doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything.
It doesn't make sense? Where doesn't it make sense? Can you prove that it doesn't make sense?
This
Die.
He's really got us. He's turned the entire situation around against us.
You're telling me he's turned us about? Also, this music in the background, it's very Castlevania-esque. The proof that Interpol has been after, which points to this man as the ringleader. If we can somehow find that proof now, then we can see to it that justice is finally served. Is there nothing I can use to break this case wide open? Flashback! The trump card and the videotape. With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down. But the card's evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And the tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. They're both illegal evidence. In court? Edgeworth, are you in court? I ask you, where are you standing right now? Are you at a prosecutor's bench? Is the judge here? Is that man here? No matter what, a protector of the law cannot be allowed to use such pieces of evidence. We're not in a house of law. You realize this? Ah, crap.
Needless to say, we Von Karmas are commanded to achieve nothing but victory. And by any means necessary.
The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts.
I've given up on voicing old men. That's enough. I can only voice so many old men.
That's what we thought at the time.
I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma. And I won't follow the path of the Yatagarasu. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. Edgeworth. Edgeworth. Please. What is the law and what is justice? And which path is a prosecutor supposed to follow? Edgeworth,
that choice. It's one I must make by my own hand here and now. This is really silly, honestly. Really, really silly. Because the card and the videotape, they are considered illegal evidence. However, we are not in a court of law, so it doesn't matter. We're using the trump card. There is no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set there by man. And besides, if I said don't use trump card, the game would loop me back to that thing, so it was a useless choice anyway. Pointless choice. When a person goes beyond that limit, then the law too crosses into new territory. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show. Ambassador Alba, I wonder if you might recognize this.
I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life.
It's a directives card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates.
Oh, is that what it is?
This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG8 incident 10 years ago. A man by the name of Mr. Manny Cochin.
So why do you have such a card in your possession?
Because it was hand-delivered to me. By a certain great thief, the Yatagarsu.
The Yatagarsu gave that to you? Don't talk nonsense. Let's be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader.
I'll have you know that the card is not the only thing I was given.
What?
This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG8 incident.
The KG8 incident? What's that? I've never heard of such a thing.
The card and the video. These two pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate.
Very interesting. I must admit I'm very curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence you've presented. Alleged.
The prey the Yatagarasu has been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man, who has had free reign for 10 long years, to simply walk away. Now's the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me.
So, what is this interesting thing you wanted to show me?
The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. Unless Alba has a reverse Uno card. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir.
What you see here is security footage shot just before the KG8 murder occurred. From this footage, we know that the card is a directives card from the smuggling ring. This is a section that proves that the card was used to relay an order.
Kniffy?
Oh, wait, no. I was thinking too fast again. It's just the card.
Take that!
As you can see, Mr. Cochin is holding the card in his right hand.
I see. The killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. But that card and the one you have, just because they look the same doesn't mean that they are, does it now?
Oh, but there's a very easy way for me to prove that they are in fact one and the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this! According to Detective Bad, Ambassador Alba's directive cards bear the mark of a three-legged raven. Or in other words, a Yatagarasu. I suppose this mark was the inspiration for their group's name, the Yatagarasu. 1 second, just turn off my night light. Alright, other side. Hey, look at that! A section of the text has been obscured by blood, but it's clear the writing is Kodopian. According to Detective Bad, Silence CCU is what is written here, along with the method to be used and where she lived. The evil intent displayed in this writing will not go unpunished.
Oh. Blood?
The stark red blood. Yes, this is your proof. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belonged to the victim of the KG-8 incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that as fact. If you have no objections, then I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. This car that passed by in front of the victim's apartment building. It's an official Kodopian government car.
What?
Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage. Oh, you're asking a lot for a VCR being played on an LCD screen TV. This area of the footage directly links the smuggling ring with Kodopia.
A little badge in the mirror.
Just heard a car speed off down the road. Just then.
Take that!
This section will make it all clear to us.
You must be very tired, Mr. Edgeworth.
What?
If you continue presenting completely irrelevant evidence like this, I'm afraid your investigation may fall apart. Perhaps it's time for you to retire.
Wait! I was so sure it was this area.
Huh? Wait.
I was thinking too hard again.
Take that!
The shape of this pocket and the directive's card in it tells us that without a doubt this person in this car is Mr. Cochin.
Nerd!
The license plate on the car was also captured by the security camera.
What, in 1440p?
And with it, we can easily find out who was sitting in this car on that day 10 years ago. Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day. You, Alba.
Ha.
Oh my god!
You've done well, boy, to make it this far. However, about your claim that I was riding in the car at the time. That's gonna be mighty difficult to prove.
How so?
The Principality of Codopia no longer exists. So naturally, all records from that time period also no longer exist.
That arrogance. What he really means is that he's already erased all traces of them.
Are we finished here, boy?
The only weapon I have left to me now is this piece of footage. There must be something here that I can use against him. Now I'm allowed to present this thingy?
Take that!
What the? Ambassador Alba!
Yes, what is it?
You were once an army man in the service of Capdopia. And it was you who made the many missions you participated in successes, correct?
Huh. Why the sudden backhanded praises, boy? Although, to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Codopia. But now I am the only one who owns this particular medal.
In that case, the only person who it could be who's sitting in this car is you.
How do you figure that?
Oh, I get it. By the medal captured here in this footage. It's clearly the same exact medal as the one in your chest.
What?
I like how that's been spaced. It looks like... I bet that was originally two... That what? Was originally on 2 lines on the original DS version. And then when they brought this... doing the port, they forgot to reformat it for the wider text box. Also, that's terrifying! This is how it will be, but I won't look back. For this is the path that I've chosen.
You've moved me with your devotion to this case, Mr. Edgeworth.
And I've lost the voice again. I'm just going back to my Manfred. Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me?
It's almost looking possible, isn't it? For the lot of you to have come this far, it looks like I just might lose our little game this time.
You might lose the game this time? Damn it! I lost the game. And now so have you.
Ooh.
You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador.
Is that a fact? Very well. I've decided to confess and admit my guilt.
You're going to confess?
And I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result.
Except... what the?
Regarding the Damask 2 murder, I admit I did that out of self-defense.
You're claiming it was justified self-defense?
Damask 2 attacked me, and I felt that my life was in danger. If I hadn't done what I did, I might...
Excuse me?
I might be the one you found dead instead of him.
What a pathetic performance.
I'm not giving you one.
Wow, you two really know how to laugh at inappropriate times.
If you wish to claim it was justified self-defense, then we will need some evidence.
Oh, it's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll provide it. That man left a mark on me when he attacked.
What?
I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is proof that it was in self-defense.
Don't be somewhere compromising. Don't be somewhere compromising. Oh, okay.
I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention when I should.
But the Mask 2 didn't have a single weapon on his body.
Hold on. It's nothing to get worked up over because I hid the weapon.
You hid it.
I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it's in self-defense. And I couldn't let it become public, seeing as how I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you seek. My special bonsai trimming shears.
Ugh, it's covered in blood.
He was trembling quite badly during our struggle. But that's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense.
Isn't there like a ton of like veins/arteries in the upper shoulder?
Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Since he has both the wound and the weapon that caused it, it's enough to declare it so. Embalba's wound. Embalba claims it's with proof he was stabbed by the Tamask too, alleging it to be justified defense.
No way!
Oh, which reminds me. I guess there still is one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of that is my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge it was going on.
Knock him back!
Stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. If you want to get real honest, everything in this case can be connected to you. The murder of Damask 2 was done in self-defense. Bullshit! In my trials, no man escapes his crime alive.
Perhaps so, if you were my opponent in court. However, there's one very important fact that I think you might have forgotten.
And what is that? I said it before. Ah! Ah! That's what you mean. Extraterritoriality. Oh, not the fact that we aren't in court right now.
That's right. This embassy sits on what is effectively Alabastian soil. So any trial that's to be held will be held in Alabast.
But we're standing in Theatrum Nitra.
Oh wait, no. Dang it.
Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts.
Agent Lang, what is Interpol's stance on this? Agents investigate. That's our job. The judgment of people who have confessed to their crime, that's the court's job. Ah! He's right.
And I've already confessed to all of my crimes, Agent Lang.
Yes, verbally, not in a court of law.
And furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. These rights are effective even on your country's soil, whatever country it be. Therefore, no matter where a crime may take place, I'll never stand trial in one of your courts.
That arrogance. And your expression. That's nothing like the face of someone who's ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right out of your hands.
These crimes you all speak so seriously of. To me, this has all been nothing more than a game.
Yes, the game is Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth.
You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. Alabast has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game.
These 2 layers of protection that extraterritoriality provides him. Or rather, diplomatic immunity. This is why he's one of those who cannot be brought to court. Just what Mr. Bad warned us about.
You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers.
Is there nothing we can do? Agent Lang put his sunnies on. That did nothing. Except make him look sillier. Oh my goodness. Yes, save. He who is above the law. How much of my drink is left? Oh, I've got plenty of it. I'll be fine. Let's keep going. March 15th, 2:11 a.m. Lobby of the Theatrum Neutralis. I can't believe it, sir. Extraterritoriality? I can't believe the truth really was out there. Yes, and there's nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice.
I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him.
I know. Lang? Visible silence? Are you rubbing your 2 brain cells together? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of. Is it your thigh wound?
If we can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist, then what the heck were laws created for? What good are they? If the law can't help us, then I'll go as the Yatagarasu and take care of this myself. What are you gonna do?
Don't you dare! Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry, that was a bit too harsh. I know how you feel, sir. We're trying to take on an ambassador after all. And you did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. This is kind of their country, I guess. But I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job. What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack?
Come on, everyone. We can't give up yet.
Okay.
I want you to think about something for a sec. We've never let up for even a second, and as long as we don't stop investigating, we might find the rotten treasure hidden here.
She's right.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth.
You're right, Kay. Very well. Let us reopen the investigation and see what we find. Come on, Kay.
Right behind you.
Okay, then I'll go check out Babal a bit more, sir.
And I have something that I need to investigate further in Alabast. Bye. Bye, guys. See you in a minute.
Now then. Before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping.
Passion Flowers data erased from Organizer. Yeah, we don't need them anymore.
Ambassador Alba seemed agitated over something. I sense there's something he doesn't want us to investigate.
I wonder why.
There are two special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happens on Alabastion soil, we're unable to legally prosecute him.
Cool. It sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want.
No, Kay, that's not what you should be taking from this. And Murdered at Mask 2 run a smuggling operation and make counterfeit bills, apparently.
But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Cochin and Babal.
Yes, he apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. But it's the same story over there anyway. Babal also has extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point. The ambassador's extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even in our own country.
Really?
No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we cannot bring him to trial here.
So I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we? Unless...
We might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights.
What do we have in our logic? Blue. Oh.
I think so.
I think this might be it. I was like, what do renovations have to do with it? No? What? What do you mean? Huh? Oh my god, I got a game over.
Are you still here, trying to force me to admit? You people have no reason to still be here. Oh, please leave.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
Heh. If you won't leave on your own, I'll have no choice but to force you out.
Hold it!
I don't believe we'll be meeting again, however, I will pray for your success.
We're not through here yet. Is this it?
You're kidding me!
Thus the truth was lost for all eternity.
Ah, the miracle didn't happen! The miracle never happened! Crap! Wait a minute. Oh! Ooh! It healed me back to top. Cool. I pressed the wrong bit. There we go.
We know that the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press, but the necessary materials, such as Babali's ink and paper, must have been hidden in a secure location. But what do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun?
Well, he probably had to find a better hiding place or get rid of it all.
Right. So, we can assume that the renovation was the cause of the plate and bills disposal. And the reason Mr. Cochin was killed as the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain?
Alba. Right?
It's the one person who's been erasing all evidence of the smuggling operation. From both embassies. The co-conspirator who's mopping up. Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill Manny Cochin.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Now we're cooking with C4.
The cause of Ambassador Alba's agitation. That's a lot of A's. The rotten treasure we may find. And the motive for killing Mr. Cochin. Miss Yu said it herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, then the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Cochin was killed.
Then you mean Ambassador Alba is the real killer? But I thought the two of them were friends.
Maybe they were. But what if Mr. Cochin was the one who first betrayed their friendship?
Oh, I get it. Wasn't Mr. Cochin pushing really hard for Mr. Polino to be ambassador after the reunification?
Yes. And that is the real reason why he wanted to steal Alabast's Primaduck statue.
So Mr. Cochin hired Damask II to go steal it for him. But when Ambassador Alba found what he was up to, he killed Mr. Cochin.
It's definitely a possibility at this point.
Those two really were thinking of no one but themselves. But the question now is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was in Alabast. But Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, right? How indeed?
Right. And that is what we must solve next.
Ooh, what's this?
This was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their bouquets to the Steel Samurai. Wait, is it just my imagination? Or is there something in this picture that I've seen before?
I see it.
I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
I gotta say, though, Ambassador Polino's smile is very handsome. Anyway,
It appears to be a bouquet of Persian cyclamens and roses. even know the exact species? I never would have figured you for an expert on flowers.
It's all because of those flowers that old lady sends me every month. Just look at me. I sound like some sort of botanist.
So, what exactly is this yellow flower here?
That one... I'm not sure.
What? You don't know?
As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. But I feel as though I've seen this shape somewhere before.
Where indeed? Mr. Polino has a really great smile, don't you think? I bet he was really happy they were going to become Codopia again.
Perhaps, but instead he became the greatest victim in today's case. An ambassador like him who's always thinking of his country is really to be admired.
Yeah. Although this happened, I hope they'll be able to reunite the country someday.
I hope so as well, but for that to happen, we need to solve this case first. We need to see to it that those who would harm the new Codopia are locked away.
And we will.
Is this spot somehow connected to any evidence I hold?
Yes! This thing!
Eureka!
Eureka! Could this piece of evidence be related to this photo somehow?
Huh? Well... Nope, I don't think it's related at all. What?
Even though I know she's right, she could have at least tried to humor me a little.
What? Huh? What? Wait. What's that? These flowers?
Seems that lilies are at the center of this bouquet with an accent of chamomile.
Chamomile? She's back? Wow. I can totally smell the wonderful fragrance.
Okay, this is just a picture.
Ah, look, I know that. But it's nice to imagine things once in a while, you know. Where's your sense of empathy?
If you can smell the fragrance of flowers from a photo, that's more like a hallucination.
Or synesthesia. You don't know that. You don't have to be mean about it. You jerk.
Let's just drop this before it's in full bloom. And we have... what's his nut? There's that troublemaker standing there smack in the center making two peace signs.
Wow. The Steel Samurai stands out even more than the two ambassadors in this picture. Oh hey! The person playing the Steel Samurai is one of your friends, right?
No, I have no idea who he is.
Wait! Ha! You just said he. You knew which gender he was, so you must know him, right?
I beg that you please refrain from talking about that person with me ever again.
Now. Wait, what? I am supposed to deduce this big. Biddy.
Oh. Oh, I see it now. Babal's national symbol is the butterfly and Alabast's is the flower. It would appear that someone is employing the old hide a tree in a forest trick. Oh, I was half right. I was going at it from the other end.
What are you mumbling to yourself about? Wait, what? The handle on this knife!
Yes, it's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Cochin. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatrum Neutralis.
in the very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying.
Oh,
The flower motif. Looks like one of the flower petals is missing.
ooh! Take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal.
Then the knife in this photo is most definitely the same as this murder weapon.
Sorry, had to yawn.
I believe we now understand why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Cochin was killed. A place where the Alabastian ambassador was likely to meet the Babali's Mr. Cochin. The place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed the murder is...
In between.
Take that!
The only place that makes sense is here at the Theatrum Neutralis.
What? Here?
The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? So the only place that the both of them would have been in is here.
But if that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Alabastian land. So that wipes out one of those extraterrestrial rights he has.
Territorial. It makes logical sense, in which case, it is reason for us to investigate further.
So what should we check out?
Let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records for both Alabast and Babal post-haste. Babal's records should be easy to obtain. However, the problem will be Alabast. I wonder if they would allow us to see their records, despite the order to vacate.
Objection!
Oh. I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgeworth.
Franziska.
I have here the security footage from both Alabast and Babal. You would do well to take a look at its contents. Yahoo!
Oh, I heard that one in my ear. You move fast.
Avant Karma strives to be perfect in every way. It's not in my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Babal investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuse to back down or say that we cannot solve this case.
I'm sorry about earlier.
We won't be beaten, because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he?
Hasn't she patronized me enough already for a lifetime?
No.
So, this video contains footage from Alabast's immigration screening area.
I really hope there's something in here that we can use. What was that? Quimpsby followed me. Thanks. But also... Be gone, bot! Not you. Somebody else.
Which minute footage should I examine?
No worries on pronunciation. I made my name hard to pronounce on purpose. All good. I'll just call you Quimpsby. Let's see. Oh, thank you. My voice acting is really. Let's have a look. 521. That's not it. This man is the immigration officer who was on duty. Really good. Oh, thank you. I'm doing my best.
He's making a really scary face, even though there's no one around to see it. I wonder if he's just the grumpy sort. Although that wouldn't do much for tourism. Hey, he smiled a little just now. I wonder if he recalled something funny. Well, even if he did, he still has that hard glare in his eyes.
It would appear he was born with stern-looking eyes.
Rather fitting for someone in the security business, I'd say.
Well, that was nothing.
522. Aha! Old man.
I can't believe how completely fooled I was by the way he carried himself.
He had me fooled too. According to the files I had sent for earlier, Ambassador Alba was a Kodopian hero. He saved the royal family from danger countless times. So what bothers me is, why would a man like that create a smuggling ring? Even with all the authority I have, I still haven't been able to figure out why.
It sounds like the ambassador was a hero who was corrupted by evil. But no matter what happened in the past, we can't let the man he is now escape justice.
And the Steel Samurai with his... bronze baby.
On the outside, he may look like the Steel Samurai, but on the inside, it's just Larry.
Other than the fact that it's that good for nothing, nothing else seems out of order.
Wait. You know as well as I that anything can happen if he's involved.
You're not suggesting that someone else could be under that mask, are you?
No, I don't think that. Just before he entered here, he gave me an autograph, so I'm certain it's Larry under there.
But he did mention something earlier on in this case.
Wasn't something about this lump-shaped strike you as odd?
Huh? Isn't it supposed to be this shape?
No, there's clearly something odd about that bulge. If only we had the pushcart itself, we could compare and confirm my hunch.
The Steel Samurai pushed this to Alabaster from the dressing room. The bulge is unnatural. Yep.
Next, let us check the footage from Babal's security camera.
I hope it shows us something good. Oh, Louie. There wasn't a single sign of a suspicious person or anything.
That right there is the contradiction.
Oh? Did I miss something?
You didn't miss anything, because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Cochin entering his own country.
But wasn't his body found in Babal?
It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself.
Is it the final puzzle? Could it be? Ah! Old man. Old man jump scare.
Ambassador... That harpsichord got me for a second. Ambassador Alba.
I thought I had asked for you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth.
Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theatre sits on my country's soil.
You've had your fun, and I've enjoyed our little game. I dare say you've even achieved a new high score.
I'm not playing Balatro right now.
However, once you've recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again.
This man has not played a game since the Commodore. I bet.
You understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done and it's game over. No!
Objection!
Where do you think you're going at this time of night?
After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regret. So I am heading to the airport now to return home.
I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There are still too many issues we need to discuss with you.
You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, and you know it. Ah!
Please, may I have a little bit of your time, Ambassador Alba?
Ambassador Polino?
Even just a teeny tiny bit is fine with me. The already strained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know.
Very well, if you insist. I'll play just one more round with them and see what they want. Not that they'll get any farther.
Ambassador Polino. Mr. Edgeworth. All I wish for is the normalization of relationships between our two countries. But there is one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. You'll do what's right. Thank you for your vote of confidence.
Now then, what was it you wanted to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch after all. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question.
That's more than enough because I only have one question anyway. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manny Cochin.
Ha! I see.
What did you call me?
You seem to have a good hand this time round. This should be fun.
This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by.
Ambassador Alba's alibi.
Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Alabas the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That's my alibi.
Oh, really?
So that is your alibi.
That's correct. It's simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babal. Now that we've cleared that up, I'd appreciate it if you would move out of my way.
Hold it!
I said hold it!
What is it this time? I thought I told you I'd only allow one question.
Correct. You did. But you still have yet to really answer my one question.
What?
Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing.
Very well. I'll play with you just a little longer.
I'm just imagining the picture of Alba trying to walk past and
Edgeworth's just going, no, can't get past me, can't get past me, nope, nope, nope. Myers Edgeworth as my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors. You are forbidden to lose. Of course, that is something I've understood from the start.
That's the guy.
Vit, I misread that.
That guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he?
Yes, I believe so.
The goal of the first Yatagarasu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader.
Doing the thing where you move in the same direction as the person walking past.
My father and Uncle Bad. Their legacy will live on through me. So that's why we've just gotta catch him, okay?
We will, I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have at that truth now, shall we? No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. Rebecca! One moment, I'm going to turn my lights off. I'll be back. Wait. Shouldn't take me a second. Minute. There it is. Okay. Alright. Nope. Nope. Hold up. Ouch.
Come on, camera. You can do it. Come on. Camera. No matter. Blech. How about this? There we go. That'll do it.
I think. There we go. Alright. Point I was an outburst the whole time. Simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. Except it totally is. I think that's a nothing statement, though. Now I put my controller down on the floor again. Like a smart person. Alright. Yes. It's not a hypothesis. Earlier, we proved it to be what happened. Well, let's leave that to one side for now. Because it doesn't change the fact that I have no motive. Oh? So you really had no reason to kill Mr. Cochin? If you want to suppose I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me.
Even if that's how you see things, I appreciate it if you'd take me seriously. Oops. I was sitting a bit low there.
Nope, nope, nope. What's going on here? What have I done? Wait. Oh, that's why. I was wondering what the hell was going on just then. I figured it out. That's Discord. I figured out that I had shifted my camera in a way that caused its wire to sit exactly on my keyboard's tab key. And that's why things were being funny. Ha 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 ha!
I'm sorry. I suppose you are in a bit of a pickle. Very well, a game's no fun if the playing field isn't level.
And this is true.
Therefore, I formally claim that I had no motive to kill. Now let's see who disprove it.
How can he stand there looking proud when he knows he killed another human being? He was in a war. Well, I'm not going to stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes. What motive would I have had to kill my co-conspirator? Wait. I think this is it.
Objection!
If you want to know, I believe you did have a motive to kill him. It was because Mr. Cochin had betrayed you. But you had your own reason too. Namely, you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil, and because you were trying to test each other, it turned into this mess.
Objection!
What was that?
Objection! I don't believe this. You have a bad penchant for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. And if you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument.
A very growly objection, yeah. I thought Von Karma's was bad. At least Von Karma's is intimidating. I never used guesswork in moving my cases forward. It's been proven that this note was written by Mr. Cochin's hand. Shall we take a look at it? Man, that really does look like my own handwriting. Almost. I do the really long F's with the long tail. And I have a bit of trouble making loops. Writing loops. The content of the note is a request calling for the theft of Alabast's Primaduck statue. By killing him and pushing all of the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you would walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him.
Objection!
Objection! Are you finished with your hypothesizing?
Excuse me?
let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or a thought alone can't kill. Isn't that right?
I didn't expect him to resort to playing the semantics game with me. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin. Does it have to? Can it just end? Can somebody just punch this guy out?
Now then, if you'll excuse me.
Wait, what?
I told you at the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question. Aha!
Ambassador Alba, if you could please give us just a little bit more of your time. It doesn't matter what kind of man Manny was. He was my subordinate. Which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death.
That is something for Babual to figure out, and something to which I have no relation to.
Now he's even turning down a request for Ambassador Polino. I'm very sorry, but it seems that now even my voice falls on deaf ears. There is no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Polino. We must find some way to stop him from leaving.
It seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home.
Hold it? Who said that? Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba!
Okay.
Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, the Yadagar's legacy will live on through me.
Yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving?
You just leave that to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this?
No. And why should I recognize that tattered old organizer?
Wait. Where have I seen that before?
That's a clue my father, Bern Faraday, left for us.
Did you just say Bern Faraday?
Mr. Faraday's organizer. Don't tell me this is the one from the second KG8 incident. The one in which he wrote about the Yatagarasu's key.
Yes. This organizer belonged to the prosecutor you had Miss Yu kill 7 years ago.
I have no idea what you're talking about. You say that like it was related to me.
Inside this organizer, he wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did.
What an amusing little girl you are. But that sort of trickery won't work on me.
Oh yeah? How about I open up this page and read everything? If you won't believe me, then take a look at this.
Oh, that's exactly what she's doing.
Oh,
And what is that toy there?
it's a phone!
Oh, it's Little Thief.
That's...
This thievery device was used by the Yadagarsu. Rather, by my father. 7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this very embassy.
What?
These two pieces of evidence that hold information the Yadagarsu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to Alabas right behind you.
Little girl, get to the point.
I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, then I'll hand over these 2 pieces of evidence.
Yatagarsu. Ever the thorn in my side.
We do love a little bit of blackmail in this house.
Okay.
Girl boss. Or something. Kay, does that organizer really contain any information on his dirty dealings? Were they done dirt cheap?
It's nothing case-breaking, really.
Oh, then it was just a bluff.
Don't say it out loud! Even if it was, we still can't let all the info my father and Uncle Bad found go to waste. Plus, just the existence of Little Thief is troublesome enough for him.
Those 2 pieces. Aren't they keepsakes of your father?
It's okay. I believe in Mr. Edgeworth. He'll come out on top in the end.
Kay.
When the going gets tough, someone's gotta be there to put the wind back in your sails.
After all this time, you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature. Oh, a plane's going over. I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony.
How dare you all? Barring a person like me?
Ambassador Alba, your testimony, if you please.
Yuck. All right. But this is the absolute last. And even if you use all the power of Ambassador Polino's office, you won't stop me.
I can't let this opportunity Kay has created for me to go to waste.
Alibi Part 2!
The last time I met with Mr. Cochin was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabast the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. So you see, there is no time span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree?
I don't agree!
Now, since you people were practically begging, I'll allow you to question me.
What an arrogant old man.
Yes, but no matter. We can't allow this chance to escape us.
I will warn you, though, you've reached the end of my patience. Waste my time with any inane questions and you will be punished.
So any needless pressing or presenting will hurt our case. In that case, the only thing you can do is present the correct evidence. Understood? Of course, I don't intend to let him intimidate me. I know Mr. Cochin was killed before he returned to Babal. In which case, there's only one statement to which I need to present the evidence. No time span in which I could have killed him. Unless...
Objection!
I'd like you to take a look at this picture. I messed that one up. Take a look at this photograph.
It is a rather nice picture, isn't it? It was to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations.
Oh, it's commemorative, all right. One that captures the proof I needed to show that it was you who committed the murder.
Come again.
This is the knife that killed Mr. Cochin. I see you recognize it. As well you should, for it was you who brought it to this theatre.
You hid it in among the flowers you're to give to the Steel Samurai. Meaning that you killed Manny-Cochin here at the theater. Bah. It's time for me to catch my flight.
Objection!
No! We're not through yet.
Objection!
It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth. But I thank you for the entertainment. Yeah, the way he plays with his badge is very... It's very, distracting. There! He is very proud of his accomplishments. Very proud. No matter how passionately you orate, the end result will still be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again. That's right. This man is an ambassador, and he has extraterritorial rights. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court. Yes, that's exactly the face you should be making. The face of a worthless cur. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell. The courts. Is there no one who can lay a finger on this man? Is this really the end?
Not so fast!
Agent Lang! In a cool pose. Thank goodness he's not wearing his sunglasses this time. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor. Get out of my way. My plane's scheduled to take off soon. Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba. I'm through playing games with you people. You can't touch me. If you do, it would spark an international incident, Agent Lang. Sorry, but... No, it wouldn't. But... Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Good job holding the fort down here until I got back. So, Mr. Alba, your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked. What do you mean, revoked? Spare me this nonsense and let me through.
Not so fast!
Lunxus says, before aiming for the throat, chew the neck shield off first. Interpol headquarters in the Imperial household of the Kingdom of Alabast. Took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it. The Imperial household? You! What have you done? You've been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba. What? 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 Effective today, effective right now. And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this.
A video the Yaragarsu protected.
You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador. In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimated me. A descendant of the founder of detainment philosophy, Lang Tse. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world have really paid off.
Ooh,
It can't be. I don't believe this. My ambassadorship has been revoked.
Looks like you're finally coming to grips with your new standing.
Woohoo! Looks like he's turned docile again.
Oh, this won't be the end.
He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield.
What a shame. I had so wanted to use my whip on him.
You still can.
Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hardworking, honest ambassador.
Not so fast!
Do you really think you can still pull that on us now? We've already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are, Mr. Alba. Nyang, nyang. Ah!
Objection!
No. I won't be stopped now. He's still intending to fight us. So what if I am no longer ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me. The fact remains that you cannot arrest me. I'd expected no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Understood. You say that I killed Mr. Cochin in the theater. But even if it's true that there was a knife in my bouquet, I left that bouquet in the theater. So anyone could have taken it out from there and used it, right? Besides, the claim that he was killed here itself is odd.
Excuse me.
After all, wasn't his body discovered in Bobal? Are you claiming that I carried his body all the way over there? Huh, preposterous.
Objection!
I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Nyah. Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war. War never changes. Part 3. I killed Mr. Cochin in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there. Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, right? There's no way for me to have transported his body from theater to Babal.
Oh, really?
Look, don't you think you've had enough fun with me? I haven't had any fun with you, sir. Mister. You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrender too?
Yes!
Please do!
By all means.
You have no plans to ever return to this country, isn't that right? Did you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you? As if I care. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, put this guy out of the embassy, and we can finally end everything. I know, and I'll give it my all to see that he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he's just another witness.
Yes. Just another witness.
Alright, what are we waiting for? Let's get this guy.
And get him good. I wonder if they understand that all I can do is present evidence to the testimony. I don't have a punch button. Or a
boot to the head button. If only he did, this game would be a lot shorter. Wouldn't it be? Hey! Alba, take this!
Objection!
Actually, I do believe there was a way to transport the body out of the theatre. Perhaps you should give this a look. What is that supposed to be?
It's a VCR tape.
It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of the immigration area. Should I congratulate you on getting your hands on it?
Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching your every movement.
Heh. Thank you for the warning. Now, if you could take a good look at this section here. This lump here inside the pushcart. Do you know what's causing it? Should I? Because I don't. In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the unnatural lump under the cloth in the pushcart.
This one?
Yes.
Take that!
What is the meaning of showing me that? That it's to say that the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Cochin's body. You had the Steel Samurai wheel his body away from the real crime scene.
I'm just adjusting myself in my chair.
What a guess. But I wonder if you have any evidence to support it. I admit that for now it is but a hypothesis. However, if you can't prove it, then I'm afraid I must be on my way. I don't have any more time to play with you people.
Gumshoe!
Sorry I took so long, Mr. Edgeworth, sir!
Gummy! Best boy! After missile.
Detective Gumshoe, is that the Steel Samurai's pushcart? Yes, sir. I found it in the open-air stage area. So that's where you went. The detective spirit that Pops left me with. I thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. Well, I can't believe Detective Bad left you his own stand. So, Mr. Edgeworth, is this worth anything to the case?
Hell yeah, it is!
It might just play a major role in solving this case, Detective. But something isn't right. I thought that the entire samurai family was an alabast. Where exactly in the open-air stage area did you find this pushcart? I found it just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir. Oh? Well, let's leave that for now and then examine the inside, Detective. Yes, sir.
Let's have a look. Blood!
Oh no! Blood! It's blood!
Yes, I said that.
This must be Mr. Cochin's blood. Which only goes to prove that Mr. Cochin's body was indeed transported by this pushcart. I believe you misunderstand what the... Whoops! I believe you understand what this means, correct?
Misunderstand.
That's what I did just then. You killed Mr. Cochin at this theatre and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then... you forced the Seal Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you.
Objection!
I forced him to move the body into Alabast? What nonsense! Why would I bother to do such a thing?
Objection!
You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabast, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop in Babal. However, what if you moved the body to Alabast? Because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. And then you smuggled it out of Alabast. No!
Ugh.
If I can show how you moved the body from Alabast to Babal, then I win. But you can't. The security between the two countries is incredibly tight. I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it. And so I ask you to provide us with testimony regarding your movements after your return to Alabast. Edgeworth is so smug. But I think I can allow it, because we're finally getting an upper hand on this prick.
Miles Edgeworth. Have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved?
To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I've made a mistake in my logic up to this point. Which means...
There is no question that can't be answered, right?
the Primaduck statue was smuggled successfully through a brief flight through the air. So why shouldn't there be an answer as to how the body was moved? Which means there must be a logic flaw somewhere I can exploit. After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai, shaking hands. Then just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared. I feared for the national treasures, so I raced back to my office. Is that all? Yes, that's all.
Objection!
It looks like you left out a few things. Such as the murder of Damask too? Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office?
Those trifling matters. I don't believe I need to speak of those things again. I do so hate to waste time.
Really? Really? You hate to waste time. You, Mr. Alba. You hate to waste time, do you? You hate to waste time? What?
You! Is not every life precious? Do you really need me to answer that for you?
Objection!
People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society. Then you better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction.
He's really full of himself, isn't he?
Yes, he is. How can he be so confident at a time like this?
1 second.
Hey, pineapple on pizza isn't that bad. The acidity cuts through the cheese grease. Remember, pineapple juice is an enzyme. Digestive. You stand by your take. Well, I can respect the hustle. I swear, Alba said something different. Said something slightly different in the original script, in the original DS version. I swear, he said it was basically the same enough sentiment, but it was a lot more direct. It was like, he said something like, "That question doesn't even warrant an answer. Come, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you'd like." But it really goes to show how little he cares for any people of his country. Or anyone, really. After I returned to Alabasta, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai shaking hands. This is true. Then just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared. Except it wasn't really the Yatagarasu, but a fake silhouette. I feared for the national treasures.
Hold it!
So why was it only with the Steel Samurai? I thought the Pink Princess was also around. The Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time. This is true. And the doctors recommended that she rest.
Wow! So you do have a soft side after all.
No. The pain of a bad hip. I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels.
Oh, so you tend to strain your back as well, huh?
But isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over? You did need to keep up the act no matter what, I suppose. The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. For about 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for the speech. The Yatagarasu appeared.
Hold it!
That Yatagarasu was just a trick that you had set up. A most amusing joke. And how do you propose that I set it up? If you really want to know, I can explain it in detail for you. You arranged the spotlights in the Rose Garden so that when you were to take the stage, the audience would see the Yatagarasu's shadow. I mean, I guess. That really isn't how shadow play works, but alright. That is an interesting tale. Sadly, it has nothing to do with me. Although, if they made it accurate, we wouldn't have a Yatagarasu issue in the first place. You, what's it gonna take for you to fess up to anything? Very well then, let's move on to a different question. After the Yatagarasu appeared, what was the state of the Rose Garden? Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And then once everyone was inside, well, I feared for the national treasures.
Hold it!
And what happened after you returned to your office? I don't want to keep on repeating this, however, upon my return I had that stroke of bad luck and bumped into the masked man.
Objection!
And I don't want to keep on repeating this either. But his name was the Mask too.
Who cares what he was called? By the time he got to the Primaduck statue that he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man, being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue.
Miss Von Karma's really letting her whip fly now.
I think the scary part's her silence while she's doing it. She must be at the limit of her patience as well. But physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice. I can't find a single flaw in his argument. I mean, aside from the fact that it's spotty as hell. At this rate, I won't be able to prove that he's actually guilty of anything. Are we finished here? Yeah, someone could just punch this guy's lights out and be done with it.
Myers Edgeworth, can you not come up with how the body was moved to Babal?
Sir?
Mr. Edgeworth?
Yeah. Even after proving so much, is he gonna get away with it?
Unfortunately for Alba, I stumbled onto the answer quite much earlier in the stream.
Is this the end?
No! Of course not! Jackass! It appears that we made it just a...
Oh god!
It would be a great honor if you would allow us to be your allies in battle! Evil Magistrate, it is time for you to pay!
And the...
The baby. It's the Steel Samurai.
You're looking the wrong way, Kay. They're talking through their masks! Of course their voices are gonna be muffled!
No, you're mistaken, for I am... Steel Samurai Daddy! Merry Man of New Old Tokyo! And this is... Pink Princess Mommy!
Edgy Poo! No! The two people I wanted to see the least! Larry! What are you two doing here? Way to show your gratitude, Edgy. We just wanted to help. Yeesh. I'm gonna get the bad guy with a single thrust. Go away. Of my spear, Edgeworth.
How can you be so mean to us, Edgy Poo? All three of us came to lend a hand, and this is how you treat us. Well, isn't this grand?
And I see they managed to find the Iron Infant. Well, that's right, that's what it was called. I was like, the Bronze Baby. The Boron Baby. No, that's not right either. Does that really matter right now?
Hey! Is it just me, or is the Iron Infant completely soaked?
Yes. Huh? Oh yeah! The titanium toddler! I found him in Babal, but he was in the middle of that pool. Wait a second. You were in that pool! Larry, go back to what you just said. Huh? Oh, appears we made it? Not that far. Something about finding the Iron Infant in Babal. He found it in a pool.
don't recall there being one in Babal. Oh, that! Well, I was in Alabast the whole time. So, I have no idea how the Iron Infant wound up in Babal. I thought I'd lost him in the Rose Garden. But I guess maybe this cute kid can swim, huh?
Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden?
Are you sure about that?
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure. But I found him in...
Hold it!
That's enough, Larry. Say less.
The Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to move between the two countries. Oh! Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of a pool. This is what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling route between the countries. The key to the route the Iron Infant took to travel from Alabast to Babal is...
bilateral symmetry.
That's right. This embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind.
Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir.
There's a location I wish for you to examine post-haste. It's where I believe the route used to smuggle Mr. Cochin's body lies.
Does something like that really exist, sir?
An embassy built on bilateral symmetry, meaning that this is where we need to examine.
Yes, Bob?
Take that!
Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it.
I did it! I got it right!
It's too late. It doesn't matter how now what you do. It's all a waste of time.
Not so fast!
You will stay here with us and wait.
Old bag, tackle him.
This is Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth, it's here, sir. There's a reservoir here, just like in the Rose Garden. Old bag pulls out a gun.
Just as I suspected.
What is it?
The two sides of this embassy are mirror images of each other. Which means there's also a pool at the corresponding location on the Babali side.
Ow, I bit my tongue. Thankfully, I didn't bite it that hard. I did not... I don't think I aggravated the bite wound that was there last week. Or since last week.
Mr. Cochin's body was moved into Babal through the pool in Alabast.
Objection!
Again?
Avoiding the topic with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof, if you have any.
The Iron Infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? It's because he was fished out of a pool. And not just any pool, it was the Babali's one. I think it's pretty obvious at this point what must be true. The water reservoirs in the two courtyards are connected.
Objection!
And where is your proof that the two sides are connected?
Objection!
The proof is right there before your eyes. The half-drowned Iron Infant.
Where?
Yes, the one I literally just showed you.
This blasted doll!
Yeah.
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back. Hey. Don't tell me you guys figured everything out without me. We did, thanks to this hero of justice's son. Even if he's just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain.
Not so fast!
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, look, I don't want to say this, but it's kind of unlikely that the body just happened to have passed on through to the Babal. Gumshoe was very good. This guy's a doll, and he's small, so I can't believe it made it, but... he has a point. Ha! Ha ha ha! Yes, that's right. I'm glad someone here understands. Except we know that a human adult can swim through the reservoir. God damn it, I called it! Mr. Edgeworth, are you going to next propose that a dead body can swim through a pipe? Pew, pew, pew. You see, Mr. Prosecutor, our chase after this man is far from over. God! Agent Lang.
Why is he helping Mr. Alba out now?
He's not meaning to. He's not. He's realized the flaw in my argument and is helping to move the logic along.
He could just point it out.
In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer. And another thing. Mr. Cochin's body was found in his office in Babal. So what happened to his body after it was transported to the open-air stage? Mr. Alba had an accomplice in Babal, remember? You mean Sheena, right? With her there, you can see how it was possible to move the body up to the office.
Objection!
Are you seriously claiming that she swam through the connecting pipe with the body?
No, she didn't have to. He's right. Miss Sheena would drown if she did that.
It's hard to imagine that she swam through the connecting pipe. It looks like your hypothesis about how the body was moved is still only half-baked. In the end, it's all just the befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me passage. Because from the start, there was no feasible method of transporting the body. What? Mr. Prosecutor, recall Sheena's movements. What was happening in the embassy around the time Miss Sheena was in Babal?
No, if only there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool.
Get rid of the water? Aha! That's it! Urethra! Now I believe this time we really are done, right?
Objection!
No! Unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alba. You are a most persistent man. Are you saying that you've thought of a way to move the body through the water? Move the body through the water? That is completely unrelated to how it was done. Excuse me? The reason I say that is because there wasn't any water there at the time. What do you mean there wasn't any water? Just what it sounds like. Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved.
Yup, yup, yup.
Take that!
The embassy was on fire.
Tonight, the Yatagarasu set fire to a variety of locations in the Babali's embassy. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir's water level went down. If enough water was drained, the connecting pipe could be used to traverse the border.
Objection!
Huh. So what? The water level went down? The reservoirs were connected?
Yes.
Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this.
Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical game-changing moment. A turnabout, if you will. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game. Yes, ice climbers. Wall climbers. I haven't lost yet. I found the route you used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead you to your defeat. I just said that in 2 different accents. Even if all the water was used by the firefighting effort, you still can't really call that a smuggling route. I know that. I should have figured you'd notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyway? I'll have you know those pools are extremely deep. And there are no ladders or footholds along the walls either. It would be difficult for Sheena to hold the body and climb up out of the pool. Ladders or footholds along the walls? There's no need for such things. What do you mean? If one were to use a certain something, they could go up or down in the pool at will. Huh? Looks like you've got an answer already. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already. The way in which Miss Sheena and the body were able to rise up to ground level. If there was a way to control the water level, that could be the way the body was moved. This was used so that the body and Miss Sheena could move up and down in the pool. Yes! Yes!
Take that!
Yes! Mr. Alba used the fountain spouts, in a manner of speaking. He used the fountain spouts? How so? The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Miss Sheena and the body were lifted upwards by their buoyancy in the water. The fire on the Babali's side and the firefighting effort. These were set in motion all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Cochin's body. Here. Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? I hope it's not a crash. First, Mr. Alba closed the fountain spouts in advance, in preparation of things to come. Then he took the pushcart that was brought to the rose garden and pushed it along with the Iron Infant and Mr. Cochin's body into the pool. At this time, Miss Sheena was busy conveniently starting the first fire in Babal. She then made for the open-air stages pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. Excuse me. When the firefighters used the water in that pool, the water level went down. And by the time the fire was put out, the pipe between the 2 pools was exposed. This is when she pushed the pushcart from Alabast into Babal. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the fountain spouts once more. And the water level rose up to its original, along with Miss Sheena and the body. After that, Miss Sheena used the pushcart to carry the body up to the Secretariat's office.
There's an elevator in the embassy after all, so you see? Even with her small frame, she could have easily transported Mr. Cochin's body. And that wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved. No! Well, ex-Ambassador Alba, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you?
I knew you could do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to fight back.
Objection!
You accuse me of moving the body across country lines? But when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me.
The nitty-gritty? What's the old man want now?
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Proof, I believe, is what he seeks. Yeah, literally like 5 minutes ago they were all like, oh no, they're gonna get away with it. Yes, proof. Without any, who's to say whether or not any of what you said really happened?
He wants proof. What are we gonna do, Mr. Edgeworth?
I want the truth. You want the truth? You can't handle the truth. No truth handler, you. I deride your truth-handling abilities. There's no need to worry. I've had all the proof we need all along. The body wasn't the only thing to go through the pool's connecting pipe tonight. Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open-air stage area, so too did I find one other item there. And that piece of evidence is what will prove that the pools were the smuggling route. This was another thing that was smuggled over to Babal's open-air stage area. This!
Take that!
And what exactly is this? You have no idea, do you? Hope no one could hear that curlew just then. This little piece that I found on the Babali's side will be your undoing. A guitar pick. Would you care to explain how that is going to do me in, as it were? Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but this is not a guitar pick. What? I mean, the Jammin' Ninja was here, but it's not his. Allegedly. We never got to see the Jammin' Ninja. Yeah. This is something I found at the open-air stage, which was transported with the body. I naturally assumed that you would recognize it, since you took a photo with it after all. But since you don't, allow me to show you what this fragment from the stage area belongs to.
Take that!
Let's take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Cochin.
Oh, look at that!
On the handle of this knife, there's a beautifully blooming flower. However, it would appear that it's missing a single petal. Now let's see what happens when we try to fit this pick in that open slot.
Boink. It's a perfect fit.
I assume that the petal must have fallen off of the flower during Mr. Cochin's murder. And then it was accidentally placed into the pushcart, along with Mr. Cochin's body.
Objection!
That's an interesting story. Nothing more?
Objection!
I assure you it's more than just a story. Because, for some odd reason, this flower petal was wet when I found it. It was wet, you say? Yes, and the only place it could have gotten wet from is the open-air stage's pool. Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon, which was smuggled into the theatre, wind up in the open-air stage area on the Babali side of the embassy? I don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as this petal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose Garden's pool on through into Babal. Impossible! Blah. The people of Jeanfa have been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home we'll be there soon. You should be happy. Why? Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning. When you took your first life. No matter how you may plot, or how you may try to cover it all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Because we're here to see to it that justice is served to people like you.
Objection!
You can't call what you've given a perfect argument? No?
You know, I don't think this guy is ever going to ever admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth. Because he values himself above all else. People who can't be negotiated with are people who refuse to admit when they've lost. I don't believe those kinds of people really exist, because everyone breaks eventually.
You're right. In that case, I have no choice but to use all of the evidence I have. I'll use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes.
Yes. As my dearly beloved always says,
never be afraid to use any tool in your disposal. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. This really will be the end of the line. God damn it, Edgeworth. To be continued. God. But I think we're almost there. Final testimony, Quercus Alba. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. Just give me a sip. Let me sip. Big sippy. Alright. Final stretch. The 9th inning. The final golf hole. March 15th, 3:33 a.m. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. Just adjusting myself in my chair. As if there's anything else for me to testify about. I still have yet to fully prove that it was Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Cochin. Well, I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here at the Theatrum Neutralis. Very well, I suppose I could tell you about that. Because about all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show. Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me. The only way for me to place this man under arrest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place, for that is the key to this investigation.
the Steel Samurai show.
I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the contestants of the show very well, though. Is that... Oh, the contents, not the contestants. Is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them. Mm-hmm. So you were in the theatre proper watching the Steel Samurai stage show, were you? Of course I was. I have a great fondness for the Steel Samurai. Yeah, I was pretty cool up there, wasn't I? You're not the one who was cool, it's the Steel Samurai who's cool.
Yeah. And the Steel Samurai's special finishing move today was really something, huh?
Huh? Hey, Edgy! Who's she? Who's the super cute girl? She is 15 years old. Leave her alone. She's been standing here this whole time and only now he notices her? Her name's Kay Faraday and she's helping me in my investigation.
Sorry I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but better late than never.
Yes, okay. I'm Larry Butt.
Silence in the peanut gallery. There's no time for such trivialities at a time like this. Thank you, Franziska. Thank you.
Mr. Prosecutor, this is the final battle. You got that? I know. This is the end. For that man over there. Now that's the kind of thing I like to hear. I think I'll give trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor. Or rather, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, you called me my name. I leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Have no fear. I will finish the job. This really is the end game. Time has come to expose every last one of Mr. Alba's lies.
Watched from the last show, the stage was well lit, but it was dark in the audience. I feel like that's a nothing statement. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard for me to prove that. I do remember the contents of the show very well, though.
Hold it!
Let's ask about the contents of the show.
Well, I remember the contents of the show as well myself. That's nice. That's nice?
Myers Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up by him at this important juncture.
Yeah, I wasn't planning to let him. Well, if you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. And didn't you think the climactic scene of today's show was just totally awesome? Yes, I remember that well, and that spectacular special move.
Oh yeah? What's the name of the move?
The way you delivered the final blow against Evil Magistrate. Early summer rain jab. Aha! Oh, that scene will live on in my heart forever.
Is that how it went?
I totally forgot about that. How can you forget your own special moves? That's the special attack that the Steel Samurai uses when he's using the Samurai Spear. Yes, and the day was the first time they showed it off, was it not? If I hadn't watched the show, then how could I answer you with the name of the move? I suppose you are correct, but if you could, please elaborate on this point for me. Say it with me. 1, 2, 3, bullshit! The special move today was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer? Oh, what game show is that from? Is it Wheel of Fortune? No. Jeopardy? Jeopardy, I think.
Objection!
You little irritating gnat! Do you think you could trip me up by asking me the same question over and over?
Oh, it might have been Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. It could be. It's one of them. That was not my intention. Your testimony was more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this. The samurai spear? What about it? This spear actually never made it on stage today.
Excuse me?
That's right. Unfortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hot-bloodedness. Huh? Having said that, said useless man bent the spear during his rehearsal this evening. Okay, do you remember what the Steel Samurai's special move was tonight?
It was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash.
Correct. Because he couldn't use the spear, a last-minute change had to be made. Had you really been watching the show, you would have known the move that was used. Quercus Alba. You didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai stage show tonight, did you? Haha! So if he wasn't watching the show tonight,
Then it opens up the possibility that he was busy killing Mr. Cochin instead. Beat that.
so where were you during the show? I demand an answer now!
Ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha.
Just what's so funny?
You're so sloppy. And so are your conclusions. I still insist that I watched the show. For most of it, in any case. Fuck off.
What do you mean by most of it?
You see, during the show, I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. I assume that was when that dramatic scene was played out on stage.
That's the lousiest, lamest excuse I've ever heard in my life, pal.
Yeah, especially because we don't have anyone to corroborate that.
Just because he got the name of the move wrong? We can't really use that as proof he didn't watch the show at all?
As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I had wanted to watch the entire show. Honest. Yeah.
As a Steel Samurai fan? For someone who wasn't even in his seat for the climax of the show? You have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan ever!
Who said that?
Who did say that?
Who was that just now?
Howdy, young lady!
Larry, what are you doing interrupting me like that?
Edgy, please, hold for a second, I beg.
You may never accept this old man as a Steel Samurai fan, but I totally think he's a Steel Oh, my brain shorted out just for a second. I totally think he's a Steel Samaniac. What exactly is a Steel Samaniac, pal?
I believe he meant to say Steel Samurai Maniac.
Yeah, and trust me, I know a real fan when I see one, because I'm the Steel Samurai.
Objection!
I will... I will never acknowledge you as this true Steel Samurai.
he's so worked up over Mr. Edgeworth.
It appears that the real Steel Samurai recognizes me as a fan.
Oh, I'm lightheaded again.
As well he should, for I am a fan. It's not as though I missed the entire show. It was a most amazing show, filled with the spirit of the young and the young at heart.
The sarcasm dripping from his long wooden nose couldn't run any thicker.
This Pinocchio ass.
Getting the name of the move wrong only proves that he didn't watch the last scene. What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Albert directly to the murder of Mr. Manicochin. You know what, Gramps? You're really something else.
I'm honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai, but what is it for?
Well, I was just wondering how you found out about the early summer rain jab. That move's a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff know about. Ooh! Wait, it was a secret? Larry, wait, what did you just say? Huh? Did I say something stupid again? No, actually. Did you say the early summer rain jab was actually a secret? Well, maybe I shouldn't have said secret. It's more like we only decided on the name of the move right before the start of the show.
Right before?
Yeah, the stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move. About 5 minutes before the show, we threw it up on the dressing room's whiteboard. Early summer rain jab. That's kinda how we decided the name of the move. But by that time, I'd already bent the spear, so I guess the whole thing was kinda pointless. All of you Steel Samurai actors are the same. The director has my complete sympathy. Long story short, because we changed the move to the sushi slash, we kind of pretended that the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. I mean, it'd be bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it a secret. That's okay. You could always debut it for a movie. So basically, a gag order was issued for publicity's sake. It almost makes the early summer rain jab sound like a lost art. Yeah, which is why I think even most of the staff haven't even heard of the move.
Objection!
Hold those lips of yours still!
What the heck, old man?
I've done nothing but listen, and from what I can tell, it's all very unrelated to the case. It's also very tedious and a pointless exercise in wasting time, much like a kid's show.
Yes, you know so much about tedium and pointless exercises and wasting time, don't you?
Objection!
Mr. Albert, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you.
How dare you?
I suspect you've already noticed exactly what the very severe implications are in this man's testimony.
So now you're trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications to be read into a behind-the-scenes story of a kid's show.
Sure there is.
Knuckle back!
Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this one, Quirkus Alba. You were the one who said it yourself that the name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jab. That name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start.
So, just what are you driving at?
That the name of the move you told us was never used in the show, or even said aloud.
Mm-hmm.
Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out the name of that move? Because I can only think of one way you could have known. Quercus, Alba, this is the only way you could have known the name of that special move. You saw it. You knew the name because you saw it. You saw it on the dressing room's whiteboard. Whiteboard. Ah! The staff members who knew were keeping it secret. So you couldn't have simply gone up to a staff member and asked. Which means that the only other option left is that you saw it on the whiteboard.
So that means that Mr. Alba was in there at some point, right?
What's the big deal, sir? I don't see what that means. There's another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room. So we cannot afford to let this slide.
That's right.
This is related to both the dressing room and to Mr. Cochin's murder.
Ooh!
Oh, what is it? Dressing room, dressing room, dressing room. Dressing room.
What am I looking for? Dressing room? This?
Oh, wait. Pushcart.
Take that!
The pushcart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room.
Right. We literally saw it.
During the show, the pushcart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. And it was finally pushed there along with the Iron Infant in the last scene of the show. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. And then right after the show ended, it went into Alabast along with the Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage.
So basically, the killer has to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show.
Precisely. Ugh.
But wait, what if? And this is just a what if. What if the murder took place right in the dressing room?
What do you mean, Kay? I have to admit, she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people. Slipping undetected into a private dressing room then would be as simple as pie.
Now I want pie. And the killer must have come up with the idea to move the body with the pushcart bed too.
Correct, thus making the theatre's dressing room the ideal location for the murder of Manny Cochin. Quercus Alba, during the show you went down to the dressing room. And I want to know why.
Yes. Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room.
I knew it! I'm placing you under arrest right now, pal. You got that? Arrest! Hold it, Gumshoe.
Objection!
Not so fast. What is it now?
Ha 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 ha! Don't I deserve a chance to explain myself?
Explain? What's there to explain? Bro literally objected to an arrest. It's true. He did do that.
I believe I told you earlier that I went to the bathroom. Well, I got lost when I did.
Fuck off.
My dude.
Stop lying! Why the fuck you lying?
I wanted to ask for directions, but when I opened the dressing room door, no one was inside. And that's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard.
You punk. Still trying to get out of this?
Your Honor, I plead oopsie daisy.
Do you really think you could get away at this point? Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything you can do to stop him?
I don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. You could headbutt him in his solar plexus. I don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. But if that's what I need, then perhaps... Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dressing room in question is in order. It's possible that we may find new evidence there. Yeah, if Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there, I'm sure he'll find some new facts, pal.
Oh, and if we use Little Thief, we may even learn something from our recreation.
Knuckle fast!
Oh, we don't need to do any of that.
What? Wolfie, how could you?
I'm not saying this to be mean. It's just that we've already searched there. My men really are something else.
And they found nothing?
There's only one thing I can say to you, sis. And that it's that they found nothing. That's it.
I guess you're right. If they had found something, they would have reported it to us.
They couldn't find anything because there was nothing there to find.
And if there's no info to feed into Little Thief, then I can't do much to help either.
Is this the end? No. The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extraterritorial rights. And the fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder... If I can't prove both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walks away a free man. Is there no other course of action left to us?
Oh, there's something.
It would appear that your hand of cards has turned out to be a bust.
Dang it!
I knew I shouldn't have put that +4 in there. Now, if you'll excuse me,
Or that bus pass.
because of you people, I missed my flight.
Oh, poor baby. You missed your flight.
Now I must make haste to arrange for a new one.
Who said that?
Who is it this time?
Hold it right there, you whippersnappers!
First Larry and now you?
What is it with that scary mobster-like scowl on your face, Edgy Poo?
That's right. Old Bag has an epee. She could stab the man.
Don't treat me like I'm some sort of nuisance. I've been meaning to say this, but all of you keep talking about things I don't get at all. You're all leaving this lady in the sad, depressing, lonely dust, and I'm about to go crying.
Why did you have to speak up right at this instant?
But you know what, Edgy Poo? Cheer up. Because I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing.
Oh no. Oh no. The most wonderful thing. From you.
It's so super special I couldn't give it away to just anyone, you know. My special present of love to my sweet Edgy Poo. Are you ready? Is this?
It's... It's, box of those samurai dogs, right?
Yes! Oh, Edgy Poo, here. Go on, eat one. You'll feel as right as rain. Are we through here?
Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Edgy Poo! Tell me you understand the depths of this lady's love for you. I'm not one to hand out snacks willy-nilly, you know. No, sir. A thought occurred to me that maybe it would be good if I fed you and made sure you were nice and full. One day it's my dream to serve you some of my own homemade food. I mean, isn't it the desire of every woman to make sure the beloved doesn't get hungry? And that's what... Oh, God! Oh, God! I tried. I did my best. But she got too fast. It's my dream to serve you some of my own homemade food. I mean, isn't the desire of every woman to make sure their beloved never goes hungry? And that's what I wanted to experience. Well, I'll tell you one thing, though. A long time ago, they used to say I can make the most delicious meal out of any ingredient you throw in front of me. Oh, I was a star in the kitchen back then, and then I was... Mr. Edgeworth, can you do something about her? Can you do anything about her?
There is no power on earth that can force that woman into silence.
Go! But I'm so sick and tired of it. All you people do is look down on me. Oh my God. Even this box of samurai dogs played me for a fool. Oh, what happened? It had a special design on its fan, like the Japanese flag, so I thought it was special. But when I ate one, it tasted just like all the rest. Oh, it made me so mad!
Wait. A special box with a Hinamaru-like fan on it.
Oh?
I've never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. However, there it is. The red sun on this fan is filled in. Is it possible? Could it be? After the show, the samurai dogs were piled up on the dressing room floor. Oh, you're joking. However, there's no such thing as a Hinamaru dog.
You're joking!
This contradiction of facts between something that should not exist and yet does. The rays from this red sun may be just what we needed to point us in the right direction.
A present.
Basically, like delivery boy. Put your hand all off to the embassy people and tell them hi.
Had to pile them all into the pushcart. Just to move them. Understand what this means? You killed Mr. Cochin at this theater and then placed the body inside the pushcart. And you forced a seal samurai to unwittingly move the body for you.
It's time to piece the final pieces of this logic puzzle together. No matter how fragile or small the connections may be, once we've found them all, the way to the truth will be revealed.
I think this is it.
The killer used the pushcart to transport the body, which means that they had to remove the samurai dogs from within first. Therefore, the samurai dogs that were piled on the dressing room floor were most likely taken out of the pushcart by the killer.
And then...
that which should not exist. This box of samurai dogs with a Hinamaru on it. If this red sun was filled in when the killer was busy removing samurai... was filled in when the killer was busy removing samurai dogs from the pushcart, then it's proof that the murder took place in the dressing room. As long as this red substance turns out to be what I believe it to be. Wendy Oldbag. Why, thank you. What you've given to me is truly something very special.
Edgy-poo!
Mr. Edgeworth, are you sure you're feeling okay, sir? Mr. Alba, as I suspected, you killed Mr. Cochin in the dressing room.
How many times must I listen to you repeat yourself? Haven't you figured it out yet? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. The only way I'm going to continue to cooperate is with some definitive evidence.
That's arrogance, that's self-confidence. You believe you've erased every piece of evidence that could incriminate you. However, there remains one piece here. I like to imagine everyone standing here just wants this to be over and done with because they've all been standing for way too long. True. It'd be really funny if we zoomed back out and everyone's just sitting on the floor. Just like, please. There remains one piece here, and it is what will put you away for good.
Ha! You're bluffing.
Uh-huh. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sounds like you finally found them. You finally found the fangs we need to go after this guy's jugular. So tell us, what about that box of samurai dogs is gonna put the old man away? The trace evidence that will bring him down? Why, it's here, of course. This box of samurai dogs with a Hinamaru fan on it. This should never have existed. So I want you all to take a good look at this red spot. It is a single drop of blood.
Huh? What? Blood, you say?
Agent Lang, I'd like this blood analyzed post-haste. I've got to admit I'm a bit surprised. I can't believe we found blood in a place like that. Hey you, get this down to the lab, pronto.
But why was there blood on that box to begin with?
If we think about the flow of the crime, I think the reason will become obvious. Mary, you said that you transported the samurai dogs with the pushcart, correct?
Oh, yeah. You have a great memory, Edgy. That pushcart was a bit too big for my son, you know what I mean? So to make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in. I figured the samurai dogs were there, so I used them to fill up the cart.
If what Larry says is true, then what were the boxes doing on the floor? I see. The killer took them out in order to place the body in the cart. Exactly. And that is when I believe the victim's blood found its way onto that box. But when my men investigated that room, not a single box of samurai dogs was in there. Because embassy staff members had already confiscated them. Yes, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder.
It's a good thing Miss Oldbag managed to steal that one box before they got to them, huh? Looks like Miss Oldbag also managed to put this great thief to shame.
What a scandalous way of putting that. I didn't steal. I received it. From myself.
Quercus Alba, I'd say this was one very fatal oversight on your part.
Objection!
Ha 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 ha. Sorry to rain on your little love fest, however.
Please don't call it that. How could he be so self-confident in a no-win situation for him like this?
Even if that blood turns out to belong to Mr. Cochin, then what?
So, Mr. Edgeworth, it sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet, huh?
The sole piece of evidence that was left at the scene of the crime. That alone has shed light on a new fact. At the very least, we now have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room.
And? You say that like it means something.
Huh?
Excuse me, sirs? Report! What were the results of the analysis?
Sir, the analysis came back and confirmed that the red substance is blood.
I knew it. With this Quercus alba.
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question?
Your question?
The one from before. Or have you forgotten? Even if that is Mr. Cochin's blood, what difference would it make?
Not so fast!
Like we already told you, it proves that the crime scene was that dressing room.
Objection!
But it doesn't prove that I am your killer, does it?
That's... Ha! He has a very good point. The blood on that box doesn't prove that Mr. Alba is the killer.
But then, this evidence, it's meaningless? No, it can't be.
It can't be. We were so close, sir.
Ha 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 ha!
I want to smack that smug look off his face. Come on, there's gotta be something we can do.
We finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose with it.
So whose blood is it, anyway?
Ah! I can't think of a single thing.
Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be on my... Who was that? Who was that? It's too late. I won't allow anyone to stop me now.
It wasn't me, pal. And it wasn't me this time either.
Wasn't me either.
It was me!
Why did you?
Because I haven't finished reporting everything yet to you, sir.
There's more?
What?
Hurry up and spit it out, then.
Yes, sir! That blood I mentioned. It's not of the same blood type as the victim's blood.
What?
No!
What? What? What do you mean it's not of the same type? You mean it's not the victim's blood? If it's not his, then who the hell's is it?
I don't know, sir! All I know is that it's not the same blood type as the victim, sir. What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what's what anymore.
Neither do I.
My, what an amusing turn of events. That blood drop proved something to be true, all right. Namely, my words.
And which one of your words would that be?
The ones where I said that your words were meaningless, worthless, powerless. That blood has nothing to do with the murder investigation whatsoever. I disagree, sir. Mister. Need I remind you that the blood got onto that box long before it entered my embassy?
What sort of nonsense?
Yeah, that's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder.
So you'd like to believe. But what if someone preparing the samurai dogs had a small nosebleed? What then? I guess that's possible. If improbable. Damn it! Have we been wasting our time on a red herring?
No. This is something.
The blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be clue enough. Quercus Alba, you bastard! Silence! Don't you ever address me with such a filthy word again. I mean, I'm Australian. I could say something far worse. You would never survive on an Australian suburb, my dude. I've wasted enough time here with you and you have your answers. Now let me through.
Not so fast!
Alba, it doesn't matter where you run off to. You'll never escape me. Someday I'll have the satisfaction of sinking my fangs into you. You'll see. And all of Interpol will be behind me, working to see to it that that day comes. Ha 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 ha. Do you know what your words sound like to me? They sound like the whinings of a pathetic loser of a mutt. Aroo! Is this really the extent of all that we can do? Is the blood really for someone completely unrelated to the case? I know someone else who's been bleeding. Or is there another possibility? Someone else other than the victim? Just when I thought I had him backed into a corner, it is I who has been backed into one. In a situation like this, what would that man do? What would he, who could turn any desperate situation around, do? Say his name. Say his name. Turn it around. That's it. I must turn my way of thinking around. It's not whose blood is this. It's whose blood could get onto the box like this. And if I think about it that way, if the blood got onto the box when the body was being placed into the pushcart, then the owner of said blood must have been in the dressing room at the time. And there's only one person that could be. It's not why the killer took the bullet. It's why the killer had to take the bullet with them. Well, I must praise you for trying so hard. It's because of you kids that I was removed from center stage. And will be forced to live out the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. That is not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me more freedom than you'll ever know. Freedom like what the raven feels as it flies through the dark night sky. You shut your mouth about the Black Raven. You can't lay a finger on me, not now or ever. You don't have half his brains. The arm of the law is powerless before me.
Objection!
Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you. What do you mean? Allow me to describe you in one word. Pitiful. Pitiful? How so? Such a pity. Pity, pity, pity. Quercus Alba, your wings were clipped long ago. And as we all know, the Black Raven's claws will never Claw's wings will never be clipped. I fucked up his summoning quote. Dang it. And for someone who's trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful is the perfect word to describe you. Ha! Mere words.
What do you mean by his wings are clipped, Mr. Edgeworth?
Just what you think it means, Kay. We had already caught him in our trap a while back. With an incredibly powerful, definitive piece of evidence. Hey! Earth to Mr. Prosecutor. Care to speak in English? What are you talking about? What piece of evidence? The piece I speak of is, of course, this drop of blood.
But we know that it's not from the victim. I don't see how it remains relevant to the case at all.
Oh, Miss Wankama, I believe that it's exactly why it's very important to the case. And the part that's the most important is the fact that it's not the victim's blood. You're looking a little pale. Good. And I believe you're already aware of what I mean. Feeling anemic, Mr. Alba? Then you know who the blood belongs to. Of course I do. This piece of evidence is the irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in his tracks. The blood that soiled this box of samurai dogs belongs to this person.
You.
Take that!
Quercus Alba. The blood of the red sun on this box belongs to you, Quercus Alba.
Whoa.
What? What?
Why is his blood on the box of samurai dogs? He's not even a victim.
The blood fell onto the box when Mr. Cochin's body was being loaded into the pushcart. At that time, the only two people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer. So that's what you mean. If the blood doesn't belong to the victim,
And there's only one other person it could belong to.
yes, and that person is the murderer himself. That is the only logical conclusion. But Mr. Colchin was the one who was stabbed, sir. Why would Mr. Alba have been the one who was bleeding? What if during the murder, Mr. Cochin had fought back?
You mean, if before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Cochin managed to wound Mr. Alba?
Yes. And I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves that he was bleeding then. What is the piece of evidence that shows Mr. Alba was probably bleeding at the time?
It's stinky.
You were just gonna let play it while playing Marvel Rivals, but you're still watching. Wow, I really appreciate that. 'Cause I know a lot of people are into Marvel Rivals.
Present!
Take that!
Take this present.
Mr. Alba, you bear on your body a great wound.
You're already a fan of me already? You have my voice in my silly? Wow. That's really cool, thanks.
Where was I? Oh yeah, that was from when Damask 2 attacked me with a pair of scissors.
Yeah, and that happened way after he was in the dressing room. Oh, really?
Ah, but is that what really happened? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so I can't just accept that as fact. Shall we try a test, Mr. Alba, and see if the shape of your wound matches the scissors?
Objection!
You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't let a single thing slip you by, no matter how insignificant the possibility.
You'll want to talk, Mr. Alba? You've managed to give the law the slip for 10 years as the smuggling ring's leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone. You truly are a one-of-a-kind criminal.
Objection!
Objection! Ha 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 ha! I am the master of my fear.
Master of your domain, so to speak.
However, to think that a person such as you could miss such a large thing.
You believe I've overlooked something?
You say my wound was caused by Mr. Cochin? And that it was caused here in one of the theater's dressing rooms, right?
Yes, that is correct.
I'd like to point out that it's simply not possible. My wound is a stab wound, and one that could only have come from a blade.
A scissors is a blade.
Yes. Where is the issue? I wonder where you will propose that such a weapon came from.
This theater was packed with security guards. It would have been impossible for anyone to come into this area with a weapon of any sort.
Knuckle back!
Just as Mr. Alba was able to bring in the Alabastion knife in a bouquet, there must have been some other way to sneak in a weapon of some sort.
But as long as you can't prove what that other way is, all your talk about Mr. Cochin stabbing me is pure nonsense. So if that other way does exist, you better hurry and tell me now.
With pleasure.
Wait, what?
This piece of evidence shows us how Mr. Cochin brought a weapon into this theatre.
Yatagarusu's key.
Take that!
Among law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yatagarusu's key.
That key!
That's the key that my father stole from here 7 years ago.
And it is very unique in that it is both a key and a knife. Meaning that under the guise of a key, it could have been easily brought into the theatre.
No!
You couldn't dispose of the knife that stabbed you. Therefore, you wiped off the blood and placed it back in Mr. Cochin's pocket. After all, the key itself opens the safe in his office.
It does.
And inside that safe, there was a document about Cadopian paper, signed by Mr. Cochin. In order to make it look like Mr. Cochin died as the leader of the smuggling ring, you had to make it so that the police were the ones who opened that office safe. All that hard work to save yourself only served to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching this knife's blade with your wound, Mr. Quercus Alba? And that is what some may call the coup de grace.
Impossible! You can't take me down! Swine! All of you! Especially Manny Cochin! This is all because of that man's betrayal!
Excuse me.
He sought to steal control of the smuggling ring from me by removing me as ambassador, which is why he deserved to die while bearing the guilt for all of my crimes for me. That is why I sent out the Yatagarazu's card, and how this incident was born. Manny was supposed to be the smuggling ring's leader, who was killed by the Yatagarazu. But I had yet another reason. Yet another story that was supposed to play out. Manny's death was supposed to bring everything to a close. And I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling prosecutors. And your dog! Mr. Alba, I'm afraid there is one more question I forgot to ask. This country, or Alabast? Which country's court would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you. Oh God!
It looked like his eyes fell out. Or dried up. Or desiccated.
Oh! This is it. The big day. It's Mr. Alba's trial today. And next week, he's scheduled to stand trial in his own country of Alabast. Franziska's heading that one. I suspect she'll be serving a full course of whip lashes at it. Having to face Miss Von Karma in court right after facing you, sir. I don't even want to think of what that would be like. I caught a glimpse of Mr. Alba as he was being escorted into the courthouse. And boy, he looked about as glum as I do the day before I get my monthly paycheck. You know, I've been thinking. That flight attendant, and even Mr. Portsman were all Mr. Alba's secret agents. Correct. That smuggling ring was the common thread between all the incidents. Cammy Meal was to provide support during the smuggling ops using her job as an attendant. And Mr. Portsman was to manipulate trials related to the ring to end in their favor. Ugh. Go you airlines and even the prosecutor's office. No one was safe from the smuggling ring, huh, sir? I suspect there are even more members of this ring spread throughout the world. Yeah, sounds like such a big op that I can't even begin to imagine what it's like. What is it, detective? Nothing. It's just, well, come to think of it, Mr. Ernest Amano's trial is also scheduled for later today, sir. I'm aware of that. Mr. Amano has been working with the smuggling ring now for over 10 years. He used the Amano Group's various connections worldwide to assist the ring. But all of that has come to an end, as his conglomerate is now undergoing harsh scrutiny. I owe Mr. Romano a debt of gratitude, but he must pay his debt to society. Well, with the arrests of both Mr. Alba and Mr. Romano, I guess that about wraps up the KG incident as well, huh? I suppose so. The real killer in the KG8 incident 10 years ago was Manny Cochin. And 7 years ago, the killer in the second KG8 incident was Mac Rell. I shouldn't laugh. Those two facts are the unshakable truth. However, it seems that a lot of effort was put into hiding these and other truths from us. And I will expose it all at the trials today.
This exposure, is it before or after the defendants, get their defendants milked?
You're solving cases left and right today, aren't you, sir? CCU and Dade Man. Perhaps now these two brave souls who tried to make the truth known can rest in peace. By the way, I received some gifts from Ambassador Polino. shrimp, crab, beef. I don't need any of these, so I'm giving them to you.
Really? You turned down crab?
What? Seriously, sir? Then again, I've never had crab that was that was as good as the ones my uncles catch. Oh, wait, actually, I don't think I want them anymore. The way you're holding them. Don't tell me they're just coupons, sir. Oh, Detective Gumshoe, have you not read the paper recently? Ever since the two countries became Codopia again, the economy's changed. Its economy, I should say.
Really? Really?
And it seems that Ambassador Polino has reaped a few benefits of his own from it. He's been announced as the official ambassador of the newly reunified Codopia.
But what a pity.
What? Who said that?
Even though
Oh, I know who this is.
but what a pity. Even though every item he sent is a treasure, you don't seem all that interested.
Such a pity.
Pity, pity, pity. Well, if you don't want them, I can give them to my...
Oh. Wait, what? Wait, what?
If you don't want them, I can give them to my lovely assistant, Kay.
Oh, wait.
Well, if you don't want them, I can give them to my lovely assistant, Kay.
Wait, that's not what I said. So, Mr. Edgeworth, please let me have them, sir. Actually, come to think of it, where is Kay? How come she's still not here?
Hey! You gotta be more alert than that. I can't believe you didn't notice. I was even mimicking Mr. Edgeworth's voice for a bit.
Oh, she was supposed to be mimicking Edgeworth. Okay. Oh, I totally didn't notice you, or realize that voice was you. Lang Tze says, ferocious love blooms with each new spring. What? Agent Lang. A pleasant surprise to see you here. It's been a long time since I set foot in a courthouse, but I wasn't gonna miss watching the guy who screwed up my country finally get what's coming to him. Well, that and something else. I want to see you in action in court. Is that so, Agent Lang? We flushed out all the counterfeit bills, so Zheng Fa's finally at peace again. And it's all thanks to you. So I just want to say, thanks.
Wow. I never thought I'd see the day old Wolfie says thanks to Mr. Edgeworth.
I should be the one thanking you, Agent Lang. If you hadn't negated Mr. Alba's extraterritorial rights, I would not have been able to bring him to trial. I believe the victory belongs to the both of us in this case. A shared victory, huh? Look, don't get me wrong, I'll still never forgive you prosecutors. Baka. And I have zero interest in that truth thing you talk about in court. Please don't say it like that. I've always done things my own way, and that's not about to change. You got that? Don't come back to me. I haven't changed at all. I see. Well, I believe you should follow your own creed when you do your job. Yeah, and if there's ever someone your precious truth can't catch, feel free to sit around and cry about it all you want. But as for me, I'm gonna get that person no matter what. Alright. It's about time for the trial to start. I will see you later. I'll be watching your performance from the gallery. I'm looking forward to this. I prepared a whole ton of ticker tape for today's victory, sir.
I'll help throw... I'll help throw some around when Mr. Edgeworth wins.
Hope you got enough, because I'm gonna go call my men up as well. A modest amount of ticker tape goes a long way. The scene shifts to the courtroom, and the final act of this long tale begins. The legend of the great thief Yatagarasu. It's the story of those who chose to dedicate their lives to the pursuit of the truth. Prosecutors are those who seek a guilty verdict for the defendants they meet, and to that end you have no choice but to win by any means necessary. That creed was forced upon me since I was young, but I no longer think that is all we prosecutors do, and that's because... Even though I've only been away from the courtroom for a short time, I feel as though it's been a lifetime since I've set foot in one. And today, more than any other, I feel the fight within me rising.
Yeah, finally, credits roll! My. I am really in Mr. Edgeworth's debt for the other day. Thanks to him, I'm still free to serve in the friendly blue skies. Oh, so about my suitcases. I've been selling them on the internet, and they've become a real sensation. Thanks to the praise the art world has lavished on my work as being truly postmodern. The airline has chosen me to design their new line of Go You jumbo jets. Just think, someday you'll be able to take a ride in my pink-walled, yellow-seated jet.
Oh! Oh!
Good for you.
Oh, this guy.
Old mate.
Edgeworth, that rudeness of a rude man. Because of him, my time and money is wasted. But more importantly, I received the most fantastic treasure recently. A Primaduck statue of the Principality of Codopia. It weighs a bit light in my hands, but the Ambassador Polino was most generous. Oh, so he got the fake.
Hehehe. We finally caught Agent Hicks's killer, and I was able to witness Mr. Alba's teary eyes. It feels good to finally bring everything to a close. I received another offer from Interpol to work another case in cooperation with them. However, the Codopian courts await. Codopia's air is supposed to be very fresh, so my whip should find new vigor there. Meekins, this little patrolman's been fired as of today, sir! I thought I was safe since we found the gun I had dropped. But I hadn't noticed I'd dropped my police badge, too! I guess what really broke the camel's back was that I couldn't find my badge. My little life has suddenly tripped into a dark black hole, sir! I think I'll go to the courthouse and file a complaint with Ruffles Man. Ruffles Man? Is that what he called Edgeworth? Emma! I was actually hoping to talk with Mr. Edgeworth a bit more than I did. But I've got to get going and return to Europe. I've still got a long way to go and a lot of stuff to study there. Next time I help Mr. Edgeworth on a case, I'm gonna do it as a real forensic scientist. I'm sure he's gonna need all the help I can give him, scientifically.
Oh, my sweet summer child. Emma, you poor thing. You have no idea what's coming.
Because the kidnapping was staged, I was let off easy. But I won't be going outside much anytime soon. But that's really okay. The only prison I'm forever trapped in is the cage of love. guard down at the detention center? Well, when he's on guard duty? He has such a cold look in his eyes, just like that prosecutor. Look out! Stop it, Lauren! When will you ever learn to stop being a prisoner of love?
Oh dear.
Judge!
It appears there are all sorts of drama that takes place outside the courtroom. Since we judges are here day in and day out, I've only heard a few rumors, but apparently Mr. Edgeworth teamed up with a thief and became a detective. Maybe I should team up with a bailiff and try to become a lawyer or something.
Oh no, Judge. You don't have to do that. Maggie! A Bailey escaped death yet again.
Yeah, but boy were we lucky to have Mr. Edgeworth help us out, huh?
Yeah, but because I lost the key, I got fired from my security guard job.
Oh, don't let it get you down, Maggie. You still got me.
You're right, sir. I won't be sad. I'm gonna pick myself up and get through this. I wonder what my next job should be. Oh, this is actually kind of fun.
Why not come to Codopia for your summer vacation? We have coupons aplenty. Right now, our embassy is proud to present our Let's Investigate a Murder show. Although recreating that particular case has created a few small fires of its own, then we had a few problems with the fire marshals. But the next event will be great. It will be an attraction entitled Capture the Yatagarasu. Of course, I hope to enlist Kay's help in creating our latest attraction.
I love it.
I can't believe that Mindy ditched me and went to Japan! But it's okay, because that's how I met Miharu. We're planning to go to Paris soon and start a business. We're gonna sell blue ocean dogs. They'll sell like hotcake hot dogs, for sure! A blue hot dog and a blue bun. I guarantee it'll turn your tongue and your face blue. I know I'm not really the type to work a lot, or at all, really, but... so I noticed that I really haven't seen the guy in that blue suit at all, really, recently. I wonder what's up. Oh well, the next time we meet, I'm gonna make him eat one of my dogs. That's your friend from school! Why would you call him that? What the heck? Like, I know why, but like...
Silly.
I gave testimony in court today as a member of the Yatagarasu. Yo, Mr. Bad. You look well, all things considered. By the way, have you noticed that elements within the ring of the gun moving? They're probably fighting over who should succeed, over who should be the next boss. Although, to be honest, I wish I could forget I'd ever heard of that smuggling ring. Lanxa says, thoroughly bite the poisonous snake from head to tail. No one runs afoul of the law and escapes this wolf's fangs. I'll get you all yet! Ah, youth. When did I become so old, I wonder? I've begun noticing the gray hairs in my beard more. Thinking of retiring my mirror.
I was the Pink Princess and the Pink Badger all in the span of 2 days. Talk about busy. But it's all right because I got a letter from my beloved Edgy Poo. Please take care of your hip. And when you wish to speak, first take off your headpiece.
What does he mean by that last statement? It's not like I enjoy being under a headpiece every time I see him. Then some creepy fuzzy pink animal, and then I was the pink princess, great hero, but justice. Ever since I was a young lady. Wear my cold costume, it sounds like a terrible idea.
No way I was getting through that. March 17th, 4:33 p.m. High Prosecutor's Offices, room 1202.
Oh, whoop! I feel so much better now that the trial's over. And as always, your legal prowess was top-notch, sir.
Yeah, nothing beat the look on Mr. Alba's face when you revealed the ring's secrets. I was amazed. You're like a totally different person when you step into a courtroom.
Mr. Edgeworth is always 10 times fiercer in court. Based on the information Mr. Alba offered up, they've begun large-scale operations to clean up the rest of the ring, which I'm happy to leave to Franziska and Agent Lime. So, what are your plans now, Kay?
Oh, well, we've taken care of the creep who killed my father, so I'm not sure. Hey, I know. Maybe I'll just keep on being Mr. Edgeworth's assistant.
Are you still trying to steal my job, pal?
Just kidding, just kidding. I can't steal something so important to you, Gummy.
Oh, what a relief. Kay,
Yes?
even after all that's happened, are you still planning to become a great thief?
Of course. But I don't want to tarnish the legend of the noble Yatagarasu. So I'm gonna hold off on doing anything until I make a tight 3-person team of my own.
A 3-person team?
Yeah. A 3-person team of young beauties the same age as me, if possible.
With that sort of criteria, I highly doubt you'll find the 2 other people you'll need.
My father chose to fight for the truth. I think that's what was so noble about him. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, the only things I will ever steal are the truths that have been hidden away. I'm gonna work extra hard to make a world where the Yatagarasu isn't needed.
Let's both strive for such a future.
Well, I guess it's time for me to get going.
I see. Okay, keep your chin up and stay strong, okay? And don't be a stranger.
Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be sure to break the lock on the window and sneak in.
If you could, I'd appreciate it if you came in through the building's front door. That's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. The lock on my window at home's been broken for forever. Oh no.
Oh, one last thing before I go. Let's take a group picture, just the 3 of us.
Yeah, commemorative photo. Every big case has to end with one. No.
Hey, why not?
Ah, don't tell me you're camera shy, Mr. Edgeworth. Of course not, Detective.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm taking the picture now. Hey, come back here!
Mr. Edgeworth, you can't run away from this, sir! Ah! Hey, Detective Gumshoe! Stop that! I can't be seen doing that!
Okay, I'm totally taking it now. Say cheese!
And thus the long tale of the KG-8 incident came to a close. It saw the demise of a smuggling ring and the birth of a little great thief. But there is little time to rest and relax, for I am eager to tackle the investigation into a new case. The reason for my eagerness is my want to pursue the truth and my want to believe in the strength of those who use the power of the law for good. As someone who has chosen to live my life as a prosecutor, that is my new creed.
What an adorable picture. Just like Phoenix Wright. Shit, I've said his name. That man in the blue suit. Is that it? Ooh! New items unlocked in the gallery. Ooh, nice. Nice, 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 nice. Alright! What time is it? How long have I been going for? Oh my god, it's almost 2 AM. Yep. I would say that would do it. From Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth. Well, I would say that the high point of that last case was going up against Sheena, and then it was all downhill from there. Ugh. I think, like, this isn't a bad game. It's just that when you really, yeah. Turnabout Ablaze was a really long case. And like, if you really think about it, the whole game takes place over a span of like, aside from the flashback case from 7 years before, the present day of the thing, Turnabout Ablaze got dragged out way longer than it needed to because of all of Alba being Alba, but also the fact that the whole plot managed to be done, like, it took place over a span of like 4 or 5 days. And each time Edgeworth was there, like inexplicably, he just happened to be there at the right place at the right time. Like, literally anyone could have found Agent Hicks's body in that airplane elevator. But of course, I think the artists and the writers wanted a reason to have an Edgeworth tied up sprite, I guess. Like that part, that at least I won't complain about. Yes, plot convenience. That's the word I was trying to think of. That's the phrase. It was a very convenient plot. That aside from the like stuff from the past, was very compressed heavily. Like, and also Edgeworth should have been in a hospital because he got whacked over the head hard enough to be knocked unconscious. He should have had a concussion if he was a regular person. In the Phoenix games, the plot convenience at least makes sense in the context because Phoenix is all about that bluff. Yes. And because we're always in court. Whereas every time we've done a quote-unquote cross-examination in this game, there's only been a couple. It's only been in like the flashback case where we did anything in a court of law, which is why I found the bit near the like the whole like Edgeworth's whole like what's the word? His like not his issue with having illegal evidence. It was that it was only illegal in the context of a court of law. Like, good on Lang for going to
the royal family themselves, to upper management basically, and being like, hey, this could spark an international incident if Alba's allowed to not get away with his crimes. Like that, I'm cool with. It just takes so long. Exactly, it's not illegal if it's not in court. Yeah. And like, I feel like the devs and maybe the developers of the game really wanted this to be a big game, right? Like a real, what's the word? Like with the popularity of the Ace Attorney series, and you know, the brief bit in Trials and Tribulations where you first play as Edgeworth in one of the cases, and it's awesome. And they wanted to make that into a whole ass spin-off. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm losing a lot of words. I keep forgetting words that are common and normal. Like, this felt like it wanted to be like a big set piece, I guess. Except it's... I think they wanted Turnabout Ablaze to... I have been talking and reading aloud for like 5 hours, this is true. Like... I do like Lang, and I do like Kay. I really like them. I just... like... they were on the box originally, but you don't meet them until the 3rd case of the game. Literally halfway through the game. Almost literally, even. And like... I get it. Yeah, they didn't get a lot of time to develop. And like, I guess. But, if anything, I did like Sheena. Like, her part of Turnabout Ablaze, that was good. That was, like, genuinely my favorite part of the case. In terms of boss battle. I think the first third of the actual case is my favorite, just because it kept making me laugh. Everything that was happening just made me laugh. It was just Alba. That prick. That Pinocchio ass. But it's through. We've done it. I made it through. Though in all honesty, I think Turnabout Airlines is my favorite case out of this one. Just overall. Because it doesn't overstay its welcome. I like Cammy Meal. There was only like one puzzle that I got stuck up on. Just because I forgot maths existed. And it didn't drag on. Also, it took place on a plane, like... That doesn't... like, it's ridiculous, but it's like... It's the kind of ridiculous that could only happen in an Ace Attorney game, right? Oh my god.
You gone, bot? Goodness gracious. I'm about to finish stream. What the hell are you doing? But yeah. We made it. I finished the game. I can finally move on. Next Saturday, I started the Ace Attorney Investigations 2! Prosecutor's Gambit. Should be a good one. Thank you for stream. Super excited to catch the next one if I'm free. Hey, I'll be here. And if you don't catch me live, there's my VOD channel on YouTube. Same username. You'll find it. I've got most of my playthroughs sorted into their own playlists, so you can just watch them. And I'll have this one up by the next day, usually, if I don't forget. So yeah, even if you don't catch me live, you can still find me somewhere. Alright. And that's where I'm gonna end the stream. And take a well-deserved break. Alright. Good night, everybody. Take care of yourselves. I'll see you in the next one. I'll definitely rest. It's Sunday. Thank you. Good night!